Welcome everyone to the Midwest Championship. Today we have a great set of games. Leading us off and starting us off will be Chicago Riot versus Detroit RFC. Both teams have a very unique history. Both teams have a very unique rivalry being from the Midwest. And now for all the marbles and for the conference championship, Detroit take on the Chicago team. How are we doing today? My name is Lance of Great American Rugby. With me today in the booth is none other than Dave Fee. Dave, how are you doing today, brother?
Doing well, Lance. Happy to be here. Thanks for having me, and looking forward to this match as well. You know, seeing if the Chicago Riot can take advantage of that home field advantage, but really excited to see the 9-10 combo out of Detroit. Some foreign influence via the United Kingdom and Canada. So really excited to see those guys run today.
Absolutely. And we also would like to give a very warm welcome to Rob Hammersmith, who's taking care of things on the sideline. But we have kickoff. Looks like Chicago with the kick and receiving their own kick. Great way to get early momentum with a heavy ruck and a penalty called on Detroit. Chicago early on finding a little bit of momentum in the first 10 seconds. And now they're aiming to kick for goal. What do you think of this early on bit of opportunity for points for Chicago?
Yeah, I think it's a great option. Let's get the zeros off the board. Let's settle things down. They did a great job to retain their opening kickoff. Clearly, were able to get a penalty off of it. Now they've got a great shot for 3 points and to put themselves on the board.
You know, actually, I want to make sure that I'm giving every team their due. From what I remember, I could be saying the wrong team has a kick and opportunity for the ball right now. I can't be too entirely sure at this moment. I had to check with the backstage, but I believe that Chicago jerseys are the color that's kicking right now. Let's make sure. Setting up for the kick. Opportunity to take the lead. And the flags go up. We have an early 3-0 lead for, I believe the home club got an early 3 going in. Give me a second, folks. Apologies.
That would be Blair Rush, their fly half from Gurnee, Illinois, if it is the Chicago team that takes the lead. And it is.
All righty, Chicago early on the board, getting up 3-0 after a quick return of ball from the opening kickoff, ensuing penalty. Chicago has a lead up 3-0. Detroit with the kickoff, and we're off again. Letting the ball bounce. What do you think of that?
Yeah, never good when the ball hits the ground. I think they want to retain possession. Maybe they thought it was going to go out on the full, but either way, they'll get a crack at their first line out here, and let's see what the boys can do.
You know, those points can be very deceitful for someone just pulling up to the game. The offenses haven't got going early on points. Now, Chicago with an opportunity, a middle hit up off the line out. Ruck secure. Let's see what space they use or what option they go with. It looks like they're setting up for a kick. Ran and charged down. Chicago able to bottle the ball back. Now inside of their own 5-meter line. Can they relieve the pressure after trying to get the ball away? Great rush by Detroit. And again, charged down. Chicago, unfortunately, with the knock on 2 charge down kicks, can't seem to get that form of the game right, kicking away and relieving pressure. What do you think, Mike? Amazing first 2 charge downs for Detroit.
Yeah, absolutely. Detroit's able to keep pressure on them. There's a bit of confusion going on there between Jamie Lugo, the 9. Seems like he's marshaling his troops around. Not some clear communication with Blair Rush's 10. And, now here they are fighting out from under their sticks, having to defend their own try line.
Definitely. This is a very tough position to be in. Early on, you got your 3 points, got a little bit of lead, and now you're already playing in a very important defensive set. Ball put in from the scrum, secure right by Detroit. The 13 with an immediate crash ball brought down by Chicago's flanker. Ruck secured by Detroit. What can they do with it? Pick and go from the base of the ruck. A chance to get under the sticks. It looks like he might be inside of the try line, and the referee gives the try. Detroit with a returning 5 points to the early penalty kick that they gave up. What an opportunity swing for Detroit.
Yeah, that's tough to defend your own try line there. A great attacking platform just left of the sticks. Ryan Wall, I believe, was the 13 there, who calls himself the best of the Wall brothers. He refuses to miss games for weddings, only vacations. Had a strong carry there to set up his forward pack, who I think was over there then to cross for him.
Great chance taken. The first opportunity they have inside of Chicago's end, and they make the most of it. Kick to come, but right now Detroit has returned fire, and the score is now 5-3. Conversion on the way.
This is Hans
Dusaru.
Hans Dusaru, the Canadian 10 here. In his spare time, an amateur hot dog eating champion.
that's a pretty good skill to have for the socials after games. Kick going in good. The score is 7 Detroit, 3 to Chicago Riot. Riot, great chance early on. Now they get a chance to kick the ball off again. They just had a kickoff. They were able to retain possession. Now with the second kickoff and maybe the right opportunity to set the platform. What do you think of these ensuing play coming up today, Mike?
Well, they were able to compose themselves there, and hopefully that takes them right back into this game. Takes a little bit of the crowd out of it. Now they're on the board, and let's see if they can retain possession on this opening kick and capitalize and keep the pressure back on Chicago.
Chicago kicks off, takes care of possession, holds the ball down, and be able to set up to a big man throw, but unwavering pass from the scrum half. The referee seems to let it go. It might have been a bit of a knock. We'll never second guess the call to the ref.
I think he missed one there, but again, the Riot now on the attack. Sorry, Detroit.
These Riot forward packs are very essential. They're bringing the pressure straight ahead. And now the box 9 kicks it deep inside the 22. The Chicago looking for the space. They found it out wide. Great pass to find the space. And it looks like he might get around the corner. On the far side of the field, an offload before he gets tackled in Chicago. Bringing support. Everyone's there. Chicago keeps possession. Now it's time for the big boys, but unfortunately a drop by the prop on the crash line. Detroit seems to be bringing it right back to Chicago. And now we have a penalty called knock on, excuse me. The ref is calling back that earlier knock on that happened. Detroit now with an opportunity again. Detroit now with the opportunity again to attack inside of Chicago's half. That was a very, very frantic piece of play. What do you think about that kick opportunity that the 9 made on the bottom half of the field?
Yeah, he put the box kick in. It's always risky to return the kick from inside your 22. The Riot took a chance there, and while they gained some meters, they haven't been able to cross the halfway line and unfortunately knocked it on, and now it's Detroit's possession inside their own half.
I will hope that the first bit of set piece play early on for Chicago will be a little better than their early 2 charge downs. Now they have an opportunity to defend again and be able to protect their own end inside their own half. And they're awarded the penalty. Chicago forcing the scrum penalty. Those big pack guys getting the ball back for their team, doing what they're supposed to. Talk about a swing of momentum, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. Doing it right there in front of their own sideline. Looks like the crowd, I haven't checked in from Rob Hammerschmidt yet, but it looks like the crowd's getting into it. And again, a big forward win there. Will give the Riot a good attacking possession deep in their own half.
And that's actually a good point. We do got to get down and talk to Hammerschmidt first opportunity we get. Kick by Chicago, able to find themselves on the other side of the half with an attacking platform. Same spot that they got the penalty about for the kick. Now let's see what they can make of it from the line out. Front jump line out. Looks like they're pushing through the maul. Detroit needs to stop this now. You do not want to give this forward pack any more momentum after getting the scrum penalty. The maul seems to be stalled, and now the ball is played out. 2 passes, 3 passes, looping. Chicago is on the run. They're trying to get around the corner, stuffed and shut down. This Detroit defense seems to be eager, ready for the task at hand. No easy points, they say. And again, forward action. And the ball is stripped and pulled out by the number 12 from Detroit, unable to retain possession as Chicago gets all their men in the scrum to handle business. What a great charge down by Detroit's number 5. Again,
I think
more
Detroit's
crash
going to be
lines.
happy with this.
Detroit's going to be happy with this defensive set that they're having?
Absolutely. The Riot started with this deep in their own half, and here they are back on their side of the field.
Mike, once again, we have a stoppage of play, a knock on. Referees giving a knock on to Detroit. Detroit Detroit basically gave up a penalty and somehow kept their team from even advancing the ball, pushing them back 20 meters or so after the penalty kick out of bounds. That is a great defensive set by Detroit. What do you think does that go for the rest of this game to have such success early on?
Yeah, I know the conditions are tough out there, so maybe it's a little bit of defense with offense, right? They lead by their defense, and here they are now attacking in their half of the field.
Scrum down for Detroit, an opportunity now and they get a free kick penalty. They get a free kick opportunity. The referee seems to be having none of that, telling the Chicago to push back, get back your 10. And again, another bit of play that gives another opportunity to give Detroit a chance. Unfortunately, they can't go straight out of bounds, so they opt to the quick tap. Charge down line. Big collision at the 10-meter line. These forward packs from Detroit and Chicago are going to butt heads all day. Early indication shows. Again, they're going to the top side of the field, held up and brought down on the wing. What do you think of this Detroit set when they're not so close to their own try zone?
Yeah, again, they've got an experienced 9 there in Liam Hacker. He decides on the penalty, just take a quick tap and play with ball in hand. And again, not advancing far over the game line, but here they are with possession and attacking in their half of the field.
It's also good to get early hit-ups right now to kind of see where you can find your weaknesses, how this defensive alignment for Chicago will handle the pressure. They're running straight forward with absolute bad intentions. But once again, a Detroit player is stripped of the ball. The referee actually is bringing it back. Looks like he's calling a knock on. It's Detroit's ball. Yes, it's Detroit's ball with an opportunity now just outside the 22. It looked like they were gaining meters there. It looked like they had a real shot to keep it going.
Yeah, Kyler Ayers, the strong number 3. Ironically enough, I coached him back in high school, and now he's playing for Detroit, returning home to Chicago. Strong carry there. And again, was lucky to retain possession because I think he was stripped of it, but the Riot knocked it on.
That's actually amazing that you coach him, and now you get to actually watch him now fight for a D3 Midwestern Championship. Scrum down to Detroit. It looks like they got a really good idea of what they want from set pieces. They know exactly where they want to go on the field. And again, the forwards are getting around. They're using the space right. Another over-the-top pass, and they get it all the way out to the wing. Dragged and grabbed down on the wing, but he's still charging just outside the 5-meter line. From the base of the rug to the 5, who gives the tips pass, but the ball is unfortunately dropped, and now it's a turnover. Chicago Riot inside their own 5 again, but can they get the exit? Can they get the exit?
Unfortunate there. Parker Adams, the wing from Detroit, did well to carry deep into the Riot half. Did well to carry, get an extra couple meters, bought his forward some time, and like you said, an unfortunate tip pass from Stanley to Cowley knocked on, and it'll allow the Riot an opportunity to clear their lines.
Another chance for the exit. And he finally gets it away, but kept it in bounds, kept it in field, just to the 10-meter line. A lot of space on the top side of the field. Can Detroit capitalize on finding themselves outmanned and outspaced up there? They do a great job shutting it down. Looks like this Chicago's defense also here to play. They're also here to fight. And Detroit, again, now had to set up outside of 22. Can they finish this build-up of play? We are at our third phase here, and the ball errantly thrown by the 9, re-recovered by Detroit. This is one thing I've noticed too, is right when they get everything right, they just need that one pass to get them through. And unfortunately, it's not going, but this Detroit team is definitely playing straightforward. One thing about Midwest rugby, it is a bash fest. They will play physical and straight. And again, more yards gained for Detroit. What do you think of this style of play that they have? Can we keep this kind of energy up the entire game? Because this is an awfully physical game.
Well, it looks like it, and I think they're putting him through about the 6th phase right here. You mentioned the errant pass, but the bounce pass worked, and here they are going phase after phase, putting the Riot under pressure, and they have an opportunity here under the sticks with 13 minutes into the first half here.
Hey, every good team needs to bounce to the ball as well. Another charging run, another chance, just inside the 5-meter line. What can Detroit do? They have numbers. Can they get it all the way out? They seem to be little compressed, not giving each other that space on the outside. But when you're so close, you got to run it straight forward, just like number 4 and the try for Chicago. Hard charging run by the lock. No man can stop them. They needed a whole fleet, and unfortunately, they couldn't. Chicago gives up another try with 15 minutes into the game. Detroit now 12-3. Chicago.
Yeah, big Caleb Stanley, the lock out of Oregon City. Big lock, tough to bring down, just overpowered there deep in their half. And it was just phase after phase after phase after phase, wearing down the Riot defense. And again, Cowley being rewarded, or Stanley, I'm sorry, Stanley being rewarded, the project engineer.
My goodness, who would want to stand with their heels on the try line with that man running at you full go? It's all right. Take your hit. Maybe next time, buddy. Chicago giving up a try, and now they're down 12-3 with a conversion to come. You know, I really do enjoy watching how physical this game is unfolding. I've seen already 3 big hits, and that's in the indication of how this half is going to end. I'm very excited for the physicality ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Chicago, you mentioned Detroit, right? What do you expect, right? Nothing but a street fight, and that's what's happening here. 15 minutes in, it'll, like you said, it'll be interesting to see if they can keep this pace up.
So, Mike, I have to ask you. You just said the name of a guy that you've coached growing up in the game. He was on his way up, Dave. He was on his way up. Excuse me, I apologize, Dave. He was on his way up. And now you find him playing for the championships. It seems like you know a lot of guys out there. Do you have a connection with some of these guys from Chicago, some of these guys from Detroit?
Well, I've remained in the game for a long time, so other than just aging myself, it's good to recognize some of the names, and really, it's just great to see some of these guys still playing because, Kyler, I believe, was part of a national championship team we had back in 2012. So, here we are 10 years later, and he's still competing, still playing, repping, and that's the beauty of our game, right? Is that a lot of the guys can continue on, can continue to play, and again, it's just great seeing all the competitors out there, seeing the sidelines full for them. It's why I'm on the mic right now, giving back to the great game, and it's great to see.
Absolutely. Now we just got a kickoff. Unfortunately, Chicago puts it straight out of bounds. It's Detroit scrum, dead center, 50-yard line. Their set pieces have been amazing. This is a great platform for them to start off after a try they just earned 2 minutes ago.
Absolutely. Dangerous attacking platform here. Let's see what Detroit does with it.
Another hard charging run, 10 meters past the gain line. Looks like they're running these forward packed, and this looks very well scripted. This looks very well organized. Well-oiled machine play right here. Getting the ball all the way out with the one-handed pass. 2-on-1. Can he convert in there around the corner? Can we get another try by Detroit? They look like they're trying to run away with this game. Detroit is now up 19-3 after a very, very well set and orchestrated set piece by Detroit. We're going to watch this one more time. Dave, tell me what you're seeing on this 2-on-1.
Yeah, Mickey Leonard's able to get the ball in his hands. He has Parker Adams out wide. I mentioned Parker earlier. This time he's rewarded. Mickey draws in the defender, puts him out wide, and all Parker has to do is just finish it, and he does. The commercial real estate agent there said he was in Top Gun. I'm not sure if that's real, but I think he's here for the national championships instead. So lucky Detroit's able to have him.
Well, he looked at his teammate and said, "You could be my wingman any day." Gave the pass up, and now they're in again. It looks like Detroit are trying to run away with this entire game as early as possible. Gave up an opportunity to Chicago in the first 2 minutes, and since then, it has been all Detroit. Conversion to come. It doesn't even seem like a momentum swing. It just seems like they're finally settled into how they want to play, Dave.
Yeah, they're really taking it to them now. I mentioned earlier they probably want to take the crowd out of it, and they've done just that. And now here they are with 3 unanswered tries. Ooh, off the post there, almost another converted one. But Chicago's now got to build themselves out and just get themselves back in a position where they can compete in the second half.
We're going to take a look at this play again. Look at this setup. Look at this coordination, Dave.
Yeah, it's good hands out of the big guys too, right? We talk about the backs finishing it there, but I believe it was their tight head prop, giving it to their hooker, who was then able to feed it out to the back and let the backs, finish their job. So great team try.
Definitely. The skills pay the bills. Everyone had a hand in that, the forward pack and the backs. And that's what you love. That's one thing you really can enjoy when the forwards get involved to a play that ends up to the wing and he walks in untouched. It seems like everything is going right. And with a 16-point lead, 20 minutes into the first half, Chicago has to kick back off again to a Detroit team who has a great bit of momentum. Kickoff to come. And Chicago again creating an opportunity. Do they keep it? No. Detroit retains ball after a lot of pressure from the Chicago team. Detroit again willing to play from their own half. They haven't really been caught inside of their own 22, but a penalty for Chicago, not releasing, and now Chicago. Can they stop the bleeding? Dave, that was a great way to get the ball back for your team after you gave up 3 consecutive tries.
Yeah, you can see they're not going to give up right from the opening, right from that second kickoff. Like you said, they had a chance to win it. They kept the pressure on, and they're rewarded with a penalty. And now they find themselves deep in their own territory with a line out, a great platform here to hopefully get themselves back in the game.
Actually, that kick was impressive to take them from the hills of the 50-meter line, or 10-meter line, and now just outside the 5-meter line with a line out to come. I mean, if we're talking about momentum for the rest of this game, these forwards got to get this maul going now. Let's see if they try to push him in and bully him. And yes, they set up the maul 5 meters out. Can this Detroit team hold after playing great offense? The maul is moving, Dave. The maul is moving.
Yeah, Jamie Lugo marshaling the troops around. Now looks like he's going to play it out to the backs.
Inside move by the fly half, tripped up just a little bit, still outside the 5-meter line. He's marshaling the forwards to get prepared to go back to the short side. Chopped down. It looks like a penalty caught. Maybe not, but a man gets chopped down at the 5-meter line in a hard driving run. They're just hanging out around this 5-meter line. The penalty advantage is caught, so we go pick and go. Driving a leg drive gets them just over the line. Looks like they're just short of the try line. Once again, Chicago, inside move, outside cut, falling and driving. Oh, the referee calls it held up and brings it back to the penalty that happened earlier, not wrapping on the tackle. Chicago has a lot of fight in them. They seem to be eager up to the challenge. Will they go quick?
They will.
And they do, and they go to the short side of the field. I wonder if they're going to run the kind of setup they just did with a lot of forward play. Maybe they can space out these backs and get them a crack at the apple. But again, a crash ball from the forwards. Now they go out to the backs. Backs run a simple hands play, gets pushed back, lose a bit of gain line, but keeps ball retention. Everyone's on their feet for the Detroit defense, and this Detroit defense are moving up together. Grabbing first receiver, he gets an offload and drag down the next man as well. The Detroit defense obviously don't want to give up any easy buckets, and they're showing that you got to earn everything around here. Detroit, again, stuffing them, and the ball is lost. It looks like a knock-on by Chicago. Kept the ball for 13 phases, but couldn't punch it through. Dave, Detroit defense might be the key to all of this.
Well, you mentioned, it was phase after phase, but what Detroit was able to do there is just slow it down, and that was allowed their defense to stay on their feet, and it didn't let the Riot attack to go anywhere, right? So it has taken, too much time at those breakdowns, allowing that Detroit defense to get set up. That big red and black wall there didn't allow too many gaps. I was surprised because I thought that the Riot was having some success right around that second, third defender, making some half gaps. But again, the Detroit defense was able to hold strong. But it looks like right now the Riot get the ball back on a penalty at the scrum.
Another scrum penalty for the Riot. A chance. Maybe their forwards have to lead the charge here to show the domination. Their forwards got to play above and beyond and get them back. And another hard charging run drives inside the 5-meter line. They set up for a crash ball. Again, the Detroit defense double tackles are exceptional. Low man, high man, grabbing guys up. The ruck is now set and they play it back out. Dummy pass from the fly half. He gets dragged down. Again, now Detroit is counter-rucking and get the ball back. Detroit forward pack, again, showing their worth, and again, On the reverse, another turnover, Chicago. Riot with the not release. They go quick with a man down, but still, the momentum is on their side. The Riot charging forward. Inside of the 5 again. Pass backwards. Ruck secure. Looks like this Detroit defense is spreading out. They're up for the task. Look how fast they get off of the line. They're meeting him 7 meters back from where the ruck is. Again, this Detroit defense seemed to be answering the call. Chicago hitting the wall again. They're going to keep running at this wall until they break through. Chicago passes out. The space seems to be at the top of the screen. Can they get it wide? A maul has been set from a player from Chicago getting held up and pushed through. Out the back of the ruck, another charging run by Chicago. They're taking the fight directly forward. No need to play it wide. Chicago is going straight into the face of this Detroit defense, and Detroit is handling the pressure exceptionally. Scrum half dummy. He gets held up and bottled, brought right back into the ruck he came from. Chicago seems to be holding on to retention for at least now 15 phases. Another pick and go off the base of the ruck. Detroit defense stands tall. The Detroit defense are making every meter count. If you want to get through, you have to go to 3 or 4 Detroit players. Even with this lead, they're not giving up anything. Chicago again, trying, reaching, stretching. He reaches and gets it. A try for Chicago. Riot. After 17 phases, crash ball after crash ball, Dave, they finally get into the try zone.
Yeah, the Riot just backed themselves. Nothing fancy, just a couple pick and goes. Back in their big boys, right? They're not getting quick ball at the rucks, and it looks like it's either Jeremy Graham or Josh Vankus, one of the big locks, who's able to reach over and get these guys back in the game. Great job. And if it was Vankus, another Brother Rice High School player who played in a high school championship on the same field 16 years ago.
the legacy runs deep in Chicago. Players from Chicago growing up in their grassroots days in Chicago and now representing for their city against Detroit, getting points back. The score is now 8-19 with a kick to come. Let's see if we can get the score 10-19. Conversion up, flags go up, and it's good. Chicago squeezes on that deficit that they had, adding another 7 points. The score is now 10-19. Detroit with the kickoff to come. Dave, I guess Chicago isn't worried about the score. They feel like if they just keep going at it and keep grinding, they'll get one. What are the opportunities they can find themselves getting in later into this half as we go into the second half?
Well, they needed to, right? I mean, they found themselves with 19 unanswered points after opening with the first 3, and they needed to be rewarded. They've spent a lot of time down there in that half. They needed to come away with some points, and they have. And now they find themselves back in the game with 15 minutes left to go in the first half.
Kickoff is up. Chicago takes it inside their own 22. Ball carrier delivers the ball just outside the 22. It looks like Chicago are just going to play. I don't think they're going to try to, play for space or relieve the pressure. They're just going to play straight up and see what they can get. 2 phases all the way out to the middle of the field. Tackle to come.
It's a bold move, Lance. It's a bold move here. Detroit's defense has been holding solid, and now here they are again trying to, grind their way out from deep in their own half. Let's see what they do. But like I said, bold move. And maybe a penalty advantage.
It makes you think about the early 2 charge downs. Like maybe they just don't have the confidence to play that kind of ball right now. Maybe they figure if they hit it up and make this Detroit defense settle into something different, they can kick it out. Because they did that earlier. Another crash ball. They're running into walls. Even when they were in attack going in to score, the Detroit defense stands strong, giving up points, but still somehow bringing pressure. A kick away, didn't go very far. Now Detroit has a chance to attack, and they're back inside the same 22 Chicago just kicked from. Ruck settled, with Detroit having an opportunity to maybe add to this lead. And hard charge and run by the prop. Oh, my goodness. The big man. We love to see 4-pack front row tries. And here go a cracker of a try. Amazing try from the prop for Detroit. He will not be denied. We're going to watch that again. Tell us what we're looking at.
Well, that's our guy Kyler Ayers I mentioned earlier. I'll let the crowd read into this what they want, but Kyler used to be a flanker, so he's got that kind of speed, he's got that kind of athleticism. He now finds himself in the front row as he himself has aged, but again, showing some of the skills that a flanker has, that a back has, able to escape there and dots down for Detroit. And they're able to answer right back.
That is very demoralizing for a Chicago Riot team who had to work so hard to finally get a try, only for the reverse to happen 3 minutes later, and they giving up one themselves from an unrelenting Detroit team defensively and with the confidence to back themselves on attack offensively. The score is now 26-10. Chicago Riot has the kickoff now. What do you think of Chicago Riot, the things they have to tell themselves, Dave, in order to now go back and try to score again after working so hard for the 5 they just got?
Well, they've got to get the breakdown to be quicker. Everything's happening very slow, very, very deliberately. The Detroit defense is able to be on their feet and able to withstand everything that the Riot's able to throw at them. So I question their tactic of trying to play out of their 22. We'll check in with Hammer of what the conditions are down there. But like you said, maybe it's the kicking game that they're frustrated with, but they're trying to back themselves, and it's just not working out probably the way they thought it was leading up to this week.
And you're definitely right. The speed of these rucks is greatly to the advantage of Detroit because they're bringing a level of line speed that maybe Chicago don't routinely have to deal with. I mean, if we check just from the ball leaving the ruck, you have 3 or 4 Detroit players who are driving off that defensive gain line and closing in, and now they brought them all into the situation. It looks like Detroit will have an opportunity to get the ball back again from a defensive, I would say, a masterclass. If you're going to give up points,
here we go again, right?
Here
we go again. They're taking the ball into contact, and it's just not being produced quickly, and in this case, not at all. So they've got to find a way to produce quicker ball, put this Detroit defense under a little bit more pressure. Earlier, I thought they had some success, picking off that second and third defender. Maybe, like you say, they are launching with a lot of speed, so I think they can potentially tuck in around them. And that's something hopefully they'll address as they look, at halftime.
Yeah, they definitely need to have a conversation on how to go against this Detroit defense, because that defense is what's giving them opportunities for these points that they're having. Another scrum setup. Detroit plays 2 hands out to the second receiver, nothing there, but they kick it. They find space out the back. I think Detroit is understanding that they can play on their end too. And is that a 50-22?
It is a great kick by the Detroit back there. Not sure if it was their fly half, but regardless, find some space. And here we are again with unfortunately the Riot under a lot of pressure, defending their own goal line once again.
I would like to just say that was one of the most beautiful pieces of rugby I've seen in a long time. The 50-22 after a defensive stand that they had. They're putting everything together. One person needs to step up for the team, and they do. That kick was amazing. And now we have a line out just outside the 5-meter line for a Detroit team who already has a 16-point lead but can't make the line out happen. A knock-on caught. You talk about dodging a bullet for Chicago.
Well, not yet there, Lance, right? They've struggled clearing their gain lines, right? They dodged a bullet here in the line out that Detroit was able to knock it on, and they have possession, but they haven't shown that they can clear their lines, clear them successfully, and I would hate to say that they're out of the woods yet.
Yeah, this could be one of those out of the frying pan into the fire situations, but the opportunity with hands on the ball is always priority. Let's see with this scrum and the setup that they set themselves up in, can they relieve this pressure? Because it's shown his face. They've given up at least 14 points just off of not being able to get out of their own end. Scrum is played in, ball is put in. They're going 8 meter. Yep, they're going 8-man pick out the back of the scrum. Again, to the forwards in the Detroit defensive line that's eager to bring the action. These Detroit boys are hunting right now on defense, shutting Chicago down. But can Chicago get themselves out of their own end positively? I would say they got to get the ball off the park. Whenever they kick to the center of the field, they seem to have issues. Another hit up, going to the forward pack, relying on those big guys. Looks like they're set up for the kick. And kick is driven. The ball bounces and goes out of bounds right around the, we'll say, 35-meter mark. It looks like Detroit Again, able to set up, but now they're not as close as they were before. Let's see what can happen. So finally, they get a relief kick. They get it off the park. But is this one moment, or you think this can kind of go into the rest of the game on how Chicago plays out of their own end?
Well, you've hit on it. They're backing their forwards right now, so hopefully their forwards can hold in the line out and slow this game down a little bit.
Big crashing ball for Detroit. Their set pieces have actually been well organized, well orchestrated. They understand what they're trying to do when they go into these set pieces. They understand who they're trying to hit up and where they want that first ruck to be. And also, these Detroit ball carriers are bringing a level of intensity that's making it very hard just to make the tackle and get away. Detroit rucks are way faster, if you said before, if you commented. Chicago's taking their time, and Detroit is able to play fast, and a penalty of diving over from Chicago. Detroit now just outside the 22 with a penalty. What do you think they go with here? What would be the best option from what you've seen so far, Dave?
Well, they're going to take a shot at points just to continue to build the lead. And here we see the Riot trying to slow things down. Unfortunately, they got to do it legally. You mentioned coming off their feet, and I think Detroit's just happy to continue to build to the lead here as they go into halftime. Comfortable here at 16 points. This will put it at 19. A good, healthy lead as they look at halftime.
It seems to be no rest for the Word. Chicago has been getting strongly chased down on offense. This Detroit defense is playing very fast up front. The further the ball goes out, the harder charging the Detroit defense is. And on offense, these forwards are running with intent, running with purpose, and running with fury, setting Detroit up. The kick is up. The flags are up, and Detroit extends their lead now 22-10. I will have to add,
easy shot there for Hans Dusaru.
29.
The hot dog eating champion adds another 3 for Detroit.
Excuse me, 29-10. Apologies, 29-10. I'm really wanting to see what can do, what factors they can add to their game, Chicago, to put themselves back in it after giving up 29 points in the first half. What are some of the things they need to correct ASAP to get themselves a chance later in the game, Dave?
Well, like I said, speed of the breakdown, right? They're backing their forwards. I thought they had some success. Here they're rewarded with a penalty. We'll see what they do with it. But, off that second, third defender, the outside backs are launching. They're launching hard for Detroit. So hopefully they can, get up in underneath them. And they found a little bit of success when they scored their first try. I think they need to go back to that. Again, here they are deep in their own territory. They just need to crawl back into this game and give themselves a shot in the second half. Again, curious to see what Hammer's saying the conditions are down on the field. I know it was supposed to be a cold one. Not sure how windy it is there down at the Chicago Blaze pitch. And kudos to the Blaze. Great conditions.
I'm pretty sure November in Chicago is going to be a cold one. There's no way to avoid that. Line out on the way. Looks like Chicago were able to keep the ball retention. They play it out. Bounce pass.
Again, tried the bounce pass and worked.
Again, Chicago forwards are leading the charge. Another crashing ball. Detroit defense, though, seems to be up to it. After repeated crash balls running at the line. And an offload after drawing 2 defenders. Chicago, number 10 for Chicago with the offload to their flanker. And Chicago now gets 5 points back with 2 minutes to go before the end of the first half. What an incredible set of play. You got to look back and watch that again, Dave. You said it before. They got to crawl back into this game. What do you think of that?
Yeah, and again, I'd like to see where they were able to penetrate here. Right, the fly half does a good job. A nice offload it is. Just great work there off that second defender. Offloads, and this should be another 7. I think it's the Castle Burn out of Ireland that scored off the blindside wing there.
After as much work as Chicago has put in, running into a very, very strong defensive front, they still seem to want to and eager to get involved in this game. They get the converted kick. Now, after giving up 29 points in the first half, they grab another try with the opportunity again with 2 minutes left. The score is 29 Detroit, 17 Chicago. What What do you think about Detroit's defensive line? We've seen that they've been aggressive. It looks like that worked against them because a drawing two defenders and getting the offload off gave Chicago an opportunity to score. But is that the best way to counteract a defensive front that Detroit is bringing?
Yeah, I think if Detroit's patient, they'll be just fine, right? If they get too aggressive, that's where the Riot have been able to take advantage of them. They've got a good, healthy lead. If they remain patient, I don't think the Riot has enough and has shown enough in attack to produce quick ball to put them under enough pressure. So again, I think patience, will hold out for them, but we'll see, if they continue to be aggressive on the defensive front.
And one thing I just seen that actually that actually makes me happy about this Chicago team is now instead of taking a long kickoff and setting up a ruck and maybe setting up to kick it out, first receiver from the kickoff is now just returning it instead of allowing this Detroit defense to get set. So they seem to be adjusting as well. But Detroit charging on yet again with a minute left. Can they get some more points and cancel out that 7 that they just gave up to Chicago? Detroit
Yeah, again, that's Kyler Ayers.
I've seen Detroit team. So yeah. So we finally got in touch with our sideline. Rob is down on the sideline, taking in the festivities and being close to the crowd. Rob, can you hear us? Rob, can you hear us?
It's a real cold day here in Lamont. Our temperatures are dipping down into the low 30s after a great week of weather in the 70s. It's taken the boys a little bit of time to adjust. But we have a great crowd. You can tell from the sidelines, a lot of people lined up, anxious to see both these teams hit hard today. It's been a really, really good exchange back and forth, as we've seen.
Hey, Rob, could you tell us a bit about the physicality being as close to the game as you are? It's kind of tough to see it from the camera view that we have. But how's the level of physicality been this first half? Rob, I think we lost Rob on the sideline. I think the crowd got too loud, drowned us out. But again, we have a player down. We're got a man down right around the 15-meter sideline. Well, now that we find ourselves so close to halftime, I have to ask a few questions about what we've seen so far. Do you have a player? Do you have a player in mind for this Detroit team that's kind of stepped up in this first half and opportunity day?
Yeah, I think, I've mentioned his name a couple times. Kyler Ayers is running hard. He had that big 35, 40-meter try for a prop, which I think is always going to, end up in the highlight reel. Anytime you see a rumbling, stumbling forward, do that. And again, he continues to carry hard. He carried hard here, which has now put them in a position to build on that lead right before the half. And they go to him right away. There's big Kyler.
Yep, quick tap to the penalty. And the leg drive by this man has been phenomenal. It looks like he might be down. No. Referee says held up. The referee says held up. We could have had try number 2 from our first half stud. But unfortunately, he's been stopped. And they go quick. I don't think Chicago know the drop goal rules off of a held up. Let's see what they do as far as being deep in their own end again. Chicago's have those issues all game.
They should just take it to half here. Take it to halftime.
Drop goal to come. And go drop. Let's see what they make of it. Looks like he goes close to the sideline as possible. Detroit will have another crack at it. Can they play perfect and extend the lead? But no, it's not going immediately. If you're Chicago, do you continue to play? Or
no,
you go to half?
Take it to half. Take it to half. I think they'll be happy with a 12-point game. They're in the game going into half. Again, they have the home crowd with them. We'll see if they could play to better standard in the second half, but I'm excited that they were able to put themselves in a position here.
Well, the table has been set for the second half. Chicago has to go through a Detroit defense that has no idea how to quit, a Detroit offense that are ready and eager to bring the fight to them. This is halftime of the Midwest D3 Championships. Chicago 29. Oh, excuse me, Chicago 10, Detroit 29. And we'll be right back after this. And we're back to the D3 Midwest Championship between the Chicago Riot and Detroit RFC. Welcome back. We're here in Illinois at the beautiful grounds of the Chicago Blaze, and you are watching Detroit on your left with the black and red versus Chicago on your right with the gold. Second half kickoff in the air, and Detroit were able to put a little pressure and force a turnover. Detroit out of the kickoff, getting the ball back. That's actually the tale of what happened in the first half on the opening kickoff. Kickoff team seems to get the ball back with a great opportunity to score. Chicago putting up an early 3 points and giving up an immediate unanswered 19. Traded a few tries, and now here we are with Detroit up 29-17 with an opportunity to set a platform just outside the 22. So, Detroit.
Yeah, probably not the way the Riot wanted to start the second half.
Definitely not the way they would like to start, but they're crashing the ball up and still playing as physical as they were in the first half. Find their way around the corner. Can he get all the way? Tripped up just at the 3-meter line, touching the sideline. Detroit offense is back on again, taking no break, only the halftime water break and nothing after. After the ball bobbled through a few hands, stayed alive and contained again by Detroit. Man, this Detroit offense have been playing with a bit of intensity that I don't think Chicago was ready for at the very beginning, Dave.
Yeah, that's it. Parker Adams. He had a nice try in the first half. His name's been mentioned a couple times. He had another strong run to get Detroit deep in there, and here he is again with a nice offload.
Whistle blown by referee. Forward pass. Chicago again, which happened a few times in the first half, having immense pressure put on them, holding strong, forcing a turnover, but now they're stuck in their own end with the need to relieve pressure and get space. Can they find it this half after the first half had a few little mishaps there?
Yeah, we'll see if they've cleaned that up. They've had a lot of challenges exiting their own half here, and while they did well to get the ball back, they still have to exit, and we'll see what lessons they learned from the first half.
This scrum is ever so important for momentum.
Yeah, you get a great view there of the new Chicago Blaze clubhouse in the background. If you haven't had a chance to come out to Lemont, Illinois, it's a great spot. Brand new clubhouse inside, locker rooms for the teams, for the referees, a nice pub there for the fans. A great spot to come out and watch a game. Has held a lot of high school championships, and now they're hosting the Midwest Championships. So kudos to the Chicago Blaze Rugby Club.
That is amazing for them to be able to build up and now be able to host events to put on for rugby in America and build rugby in America. Chicago with the scrum, Riot able to hold their ground a bit. The ball played out the back of the scrum, and Detroit applying the same amount of defensive intensity and pressure. Chicago find themselves just at the heels of the try line, playing the ball loose in their own end. Chicago able to hold the ball up. And now we have a 5-meter scrum called by the sir, and Detroit again putting on the pressure to Chicago, and they find that space, Dave.
Yeah, rewarded with their defense. Their defense is leading to some great offensive opportunities for them, and they got to be happy with it. The Riot continue to struggle getting out of their own zone. They struggle to get some quick pieces at the breakdown, and here they are under pressure yet again.
Detroit, another scrum, another chance to extend this lead that they've built up in the first half. 12 points, but a pesky Chicago team, Dave.
Yeah, I don't have a crystal ball here, but it looks like there's a lot of space coming down this blind hand side. You have Liam Hacker, an experienced 9 from England, and again Parker Adams, a big number 11 that he has a chance to play with. On the right hand side here. Let's see if they come down the blind side.
You're right. This camera angle shows that there's enough space. 15 meters, 7 left or right. That is a lot of space for one man to cover, especially against an experienced winger who's been in these situations before. He looks like he's primed and ready. Your crystal ball is lighting up and might actually come true. Let's see what Detroit can put together. Scrum down, and they bring the fake to go weak and go around, wrap around, one-handed offload pass from the 9, the scrum half. Liam Hacker, and again, Detroit extending their lead 20 34-17 over the Riot Day.
Yeah, we both talked about it. We both talked about a lot of space here to the blind hand side, and I think they drew it up specifically. They bring a couple players into that blind channel, drawing attention away from the direction that then Hacker's able to go in. It makes an easy offload to I bring Matt Mathis, and he's able to dot down to further the lead for Detroit here.
Absolutely. I think as we look at that replay, we see Chicago try to overcompensate. Too many players flip to the side of the scrum where the fake was going and to open up the space for Liam to get the offload. And now, again, Detroit has put points up. Can Chicago Riot answer?
Yeah, Matt Mathis able to dot down there. Hopefully that only helps with his new NIL deal he signed with Bic Razors. Again, we'll have to do some fact checking, but an NIL deal for Matt Mathis and Bic Razors.
Really? That's actually, hey, I believe it.
Again, I think we'll have to do some fact checking, but I love the fun facts.
Physical therapist prescribing a try for his team, and now with the conversion kick, Detroit is up 36-17. Again, we're watching Midwest D3 Championships. Are you actually impressed as I am with the quality of play for this D3 Championship for the Midwest?
Absolutely. I mean, we've mentioned a couple names, from back in the high school days. I see a couple of the cities here, guys from Carmel, Indiana, where they produce a lot.
We're going to check in with Rob.
Hey, fellas, what's going on? We are live from the sidelines here in Lamont. It is a wonderful crowd. You guys can see that on the opposite side. People are loaded up right near the touch line, wanting to get in on the action. Some really, really solid rugby. What we saw there in that nice try, we saw one of the backline players come into the right side, fake like they were going weak, and then come strong with that wraparound. So I tell you what, Detroit looks like they're ready to bring it today. A lot of excitement on the sideline, and the Chicago Riot fans are here in force.
Thank you, Rob. We appreciate you bearing the weather for us down on the sideline. The Detroit scrum, they make the kick immediately. Look like it's being called in the touch on the full. So the referee will bring it all the way back to where the point of place that the ball was kicked. And Detroit are now leaning on just playing territorial. They have a 19-point lead. Why stress anything? Your defense is handling business for them. What do you think it is, this new strategy for them into the second half day?
Well, the whole game's been a little bit of punch, counter punch, right? And so, hopefully they can, weather the storm here that the Riot are trying to, as they ease back into this, time is definitely not against them. So that's probably building into a little bit of Detroit's head that they don't have to do a whole lot. Again, just keep the Riot out. So their defense has been strong, so maybe they'll just play some territory, as you mentioned.
I mean, I believe it's a good decision. It's no point of overstressing over anything when your defense can get the job done. But a diving over for Detroit gives Chicago Riot a penalty just at and around halfway. It looks like
and those are the mistakes that Detroit can't make. Just some of the unforced errors that are going to allow the Riot to get back into this. Again, if they can just stay strong defensively, stay on their feet. I haven't seen the Riot put together a ton of attack that to be able to threaten them. So again, they just need to make sure they're not making some silly mistakes and being over penalized here.
Chicago once again have an opportunity with the ball, stopping Detroit's momentum. You said counter punch. Well, this is where the Chicago team needs to counter and get points of their own. This lead seems to be the same lead from the very beginning of the game. Whenever Chicago get points, Detroit's go down and get points. Now Detroit has extended their lead in this half. Chicago, with a man down potentially, it seems to be their fly half. I believe it is their fly half. Number.
Yeah, it looks like it is Blair Rush there, the number 10.
Yeah. Jamie will go. So
on the sidelines, it is indeed the number 10 for the Chicago Riot. It looks like he's going out on the game, But make no mistake, gentlemen, this cold day, I believe, is having an impact on some of the players as we have these stoppages in play. There's a little bit of chilliness. Some of the backs are getting a little cold. And they really need to get a run up or a hit on and a tackle in order to get back into the game and get physically ready to re-engage. And it's clear from the points that the Chicago Riot sure could use a bit more energy to get themselves back in this game.
Yeah, they definitely do need a boost of momentum, and that doesn't help with the ball being kicked and staying in bounds. Detroit able to retain possession, and Detroit inside of their own 5 attempt to run it out. Chicago unable to retain the penalty, and Detroit again having a chance to control the ball and control the area that they play. Let's see what they do. You think they'll play a territorial game from back here with the lead that they have?
Well, it'll be interesting to see how much they want to play deep in their own half. Christian Ramirez there failed to find touch. He says his brother played for the Riot as well, and it said his brother was a better player. But I think he's going to regret not finding touch there because Detroit has possession, and it looks like a penalty coming their way, and they'll be able to clear their lines.
The penalty count for Chicago has actually put them in a situation that most teams should not want to be in. Detroit now can kick the ball out of bounds, can retain possession, and get space and territory. Reaction show the ball stays in bounds. The ball stays in play. Chicago Lions just outside the 22. A platform is set for them to maybe itch back into this game, creep back into this game. Scrum half playing the ball out the back of the ruck.
You mentioned the Chicago Lions. I think the Riot would love to have a couple Chicago Lions out there on the pitch right now. But here they find themselves inside the 22 in a position to get themselves back in the game.
Force of habit. Apologies to the Riot fans. Please don't cause a commotion. Please don't riot against me. Another charge and pick and go for the Riot. Penalty given for Chicago. Looks like he's calling high tackle. Riot now just outside the 22, left of the post. What would be a good decision here? 3 points would make it a 16-point game, so they have to go for a try now.
Yeah, and again, they've been backing their forwards throughout the game, although it looks like a really unforced mistake there. He puts it into the try zone and it's coming back. Unlucky, but that would have been a great opportunity for their forwards to get back into this game with a great attacking opportunity there with the line out, but unfortunately goes out the back and Detroit gets possession again.
That is just demoralizing to finally find a opportunity to get some points easier than most, and it just didn't go out. You can't fault him. You got to stand up with him, make sure that he's there for the next one mentally. But Detroit now with the scrum just outside their own 22. I wanted to
they'll want to have that one back, I think. And again, those are the mistakes you just can't make in a championship match. Hopefully it doesn't hurt them too much.
Well, in the championship matches is usually where it does hurt you. You need to play perfect. Detroit getting all the way around to the outside, all the way to the edge, tackled just past the 10-meter line. What a charging run by Detroit. What a great set piece.
Yeah, Ryan Wall, again, the best of the three Wall brothers, if you ask Ryan. And it looks like the Riot are slow to get back on defense. So Detroit now getting into their own half of the field here. The Riot going backwards.
Looked like a turnover for Chicago, but no, diving over is called. Detroit with the quick tap.
There's our guy Kyler Ayers again, the front rower taking a quick tap, getting the Riot on the back foot. And here Detroit again finds themselves in a threatening position.
There's a level of fluidity with this Detroit attack where everybody's looking for the next job. Everyone seems to be in position when it's time. There's no confusion or holds up. What a play. What a sharp line ran by the 13 of Detroit, Matt Mattis. And now Detroit find themselves inside of the 22. Hard charge and run by Zach. I hope I didn't say the wrong name. Hard charge and run by Zach. Great offensive attack for Detroit. Can they finish off what they've created, though?
Yeah, you mentioned it. A great tip line there off of Dusaru to Mathis. Puts him over the gain line. And again, Detroit deep into Nakadon. Detroit found themselves deep into the Chicago Riot territory, and the Riot will be able to get out from under pressure with the knockout.
This Detroit team are putting it together. That was a lot of meters gained off great offensive attack, great cohesion from that group, and everyone seems to be buying in. There's always someone there in support. Rarely do they find themselves isolated. What do you think of this Detroit attack from set piece to open play, how they've been able to find space and really build and get momentum for themselves?
Yeah, here we find ourselves approaching that 60th minute. So fatigue's going to start to set in. That defensive cohesion, that defensive continuity and connection is going to start to falter. And there we saw Dusaru and Ryan Wall take great advantage of it. A nice tip line there from the 10 to the 13 was able to put Detroit deep over the gain line.
It looks like the ref is long arming, calling a penalty. And Chicago goes wide side of the field with a deep kick. Ball bounce. The pressure is there from the Chicago Riot winger. Woo, Steppy. Little Finn. Another Finn. Ooh, I think this man was offended a little bit that the defender wanted to be isolated against him. He goes right at him. And now Detroit with the charging run.
Yeah, Parker Adams has ran hard all day, and another strong, hard run there from the wing from Detroit. And here's trouble.
Break down the middle of the field by the big man, number 4 for Detroit, Mr. Stanley. Stanley Steamer, steam and run you over. Detroit are on the front foot, and now they're again attacking inside of Chicago 22. Another Finn tackle.
Great
Mighty Chicago squeezing between two guys. Could have got an offload off his back. Look at this. Look at this Detroit offensive attack.
A lot of bodies down for the Riot. Slow to get back in defense.
I mean, they're standing in front of freight trains every hit up. And again, a driving line. And Detroit puts in another 5 points. We got to see that again, guys.
Yeah, that's Rory McGreevy, the captain, who comes flying around, takes a great offload.
We're going to take you back to the try that just happened. Look at the leg drive. Undeciding. You're not going to bring me down. None of you are going to tackle me. And again, Detroit bringing the physicality and playing with timing and speed. Perfect line ran, find the half gap, and he falls right into the try zone. Chicago are reeling as Detroit extends their lead.
Yeah, it was a great interaction there. Nick Riggs, the number 8, steps in and plays 9, and then sees his other back rower, Rory McGreevy, their captain, come flying around off the fringe and just gives him a nice little pop, and he's over for the try. That may be the straw that breaks the camel's back here.
We're at the D3 Midwest Championships at Chicago Blaze Rugby Club grounds in Lament, Illinois. And the Chicago team, unfortunately, is getting more than they can chew as this Detroit defensive line and Detroit offensive attack seems to be overwhelming the Riot. Detroit extends their lead. The score is now 41 to 23. 17. What score? 41 to 17. Again, Detroit extending their lead with great defense and a willful intention on offense there. And we're going to go check in on the sideline with Rob again. Rob.
Hey, thanks, fellas. I appreciate it. Look, I think the big difference here in this game right now is the fact that Detroit is quicker, A, in phase play, and B, in transition rugby. We saw it as they were pinned deep, but they didn't stop. They kept turning over the ball, and the ball was coming out quickly from the ruck, and I think you saw that on the few scoring plays there in the phases prior to.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have Rob Speed coming in there. But we find ourselves 43-17, Detroit, the men from the Motor City, motoring through the Chicago Riot here at the Division III Championship here out in Lemont.
I don't know what Chicago can do at this point. It's 20 minutes left in the game. This Detroit team doesn't seem to be slowing down in any way. Minimizing the mistakes will help, but this Detroit team are just capitalizing on their own great plays, retaining kickoff, and now Detroit again, opportunity attack inside of their own half. Can Chicago's defense handle business and get the ball back for their team as time runs down, Dave?
Yeah, and this is the Division III men's championships, right? There's 23-man rosters for a reason, so we'll see if the guys with 16 through 23 on their backs can step up and maybe make a difference in this one.
20 minutes ago, a big shoulder charge. Oh my goodness, someone help that kid off the ground. Detroit again bringing that physicality. That's been the name of the game this entire 60 minutes. Defensive physicality and offensive ball carriers being tough to tackle for Detroit. We have a show and go. Chicago reeling, getting pushed back, trying as best they can, but again, penalty, high tackle called. Detroit's penalty now. I suggest they slow it down, but with the speed they've been playing, they can keep points up if they just play as fast as they've been playing. What has impressed you so much, Dave, of this Detroit team?
Yeah, they've really been in control from the start. You know, they found themselves down early, 3-0, but came back, put in the next 3 tries, and they really haven't relinquished since. They continue to pour it on here. It looks like the Riot are withering away one by one. So it's going to be a tough ask for the Chicago Riot. You know, congratulations and kudos to the Detroit team. They've clearly put in a lot of effort this year, and they look to be well on their way to a national championship or a Midwest championship. Apologize.
Well, I mean, doesn't this all lead to a national championship anyway? This Detroit team now on the doorstep to take on the entire USA world. As someone who's competed in Division III club rugby recently, I can tell you that this Detroit team looks like they're ready to show up and face anybody that they come across. The defensive line, the intensity on attack, the organization, the flow of their offense, the creativity of their offense. They have an opportunity to represent the Midwest in a big way. But Chicago says we're not done with the line-breaking offload. Quick play off the back of the ruck. But look at that Detroit defense ready to go. Doesn't matter. Chicago Riot line break. Number 14 for Chicago Riot. Sundberg gets tackled just outside the 22. Can the Riot punch it in here, Dave? This is a great moment for them to maybe cut into this lead.
Yeah, this gives them something to build off of for sure. Let's see if they can be rewarded with a try.
Ball get kicked out of the rug, but penalty called by the referee for the kicking. They go quick. Step. Drag down right around the 15-meter line. Another penalty given by the sir. Chicago, unrelenting, will not go out quietly. And again, Ford crashing into a Detroit pack that are ready to take on the hit. Again, Chicago Lions crash ball to a Detroit defensive line. I've been so impressed with this defensive line. If it's any indication of what these next couple games are going to bring for physicality. This Detroit team is playing physical, trying to hit the Detroit team playing physical defensively, and the Chicago team is unrelenting, and there's been big collisions all over the park today.
Yeah, the Riot really need to be rewarded here. It looks like they're playing the advantage. Chris Cottier did a great job to get him down in this position. The winger had a long line break to put him in this position. Let's see if they can be rewarded.
Big collision by number 19, Jordan Foster for Detroit, and number 2, Francis Rosenberg for Chicago. These guys are hitting still, but another penalty call for the sir. It looks like he's reaching in pockets. Uh-oh, this can get colored. This can be a card right now. He's asking for number 12 of Chicago. Or excuse me, number 12 of Detroit.
Yeah, I think it was a repeated infringement, and he's going to be the victim of either a high tackle or just, the repeated infringements over time. And he was unfortunately the last one there, and off he goes.
Matt Mattis is now sitting down for 10 minutes after the referee has had enough from the Detroit team. If there's a moment, 15 minutes left to go, down by 26, if there's a moment to maybe put some points and get it closer, now's the time. Chicago again, crash ball. The double tackles from Detroit have been their calling card this entire game. Pick and go and drove down for the try. Chicago Riot 22-43. They have an opportunity now to get a quick kickoff. I'm going to look at it again, Dave. You said they need to be rewarded, and they were rewarded.
Yeah, and again, it's through their forward pack, right? These guys again have been fighting hard all day. They continue to go hard here, and again, a little pick off the fringe, and the big man's rewarded. You know, I still don't think there's enough time. It's a little too little, too late. But again, it shows the fight that this Chicago Riot team has, and they're not going to quit.
You know, I'm hoping for a miracle. This game's been exciting, but let's hope for a little something to bring a little bit more excitement. The Chicago team won't quit. Hopefully the rugby guys bless them with a few bounces of the ball. And maybe if they can get it underneath 10 points, we'll be saying something different when the clock ends about the whole tide of this game and the ability of both teams.
Yeah, I believe that's their flanker, Christian Ramirez, the rattlesnake, doing the kicking for the Chicago Riot. His hometown is Roseville, Michigan. So here he is competing against a team out of Michigan here in Chicago, and vice versa with Kyle Ayers, a kid from Chicago, competing for Detroit.
But Detroit definitely does have a strong history in Midwestern rugby, with the tradesmen being as good as they are historically. Detroit RFC with their resurgence. As a Midwestern rugby player myself, it was good to see these teams actually competing, being able to have a platform to watch the Detroit RFC and Chicago Riot play against each other for the D3 championships. But I do want to know more about some of these Chicago guys that you've coached throughout the years, or you've been around throughout the years. Who's a couple guys that you are most proud of or most impressed with?
Oh, geez, there's so many guys that are now playing in the MLR, guys that have been capped by the Eagles national team, and I think a lot of times coaches probably get more credit than they deserve. At the end of the day, the players are there because they're really good players. And even watching this Division III game, you mentioned the quality of play. There's guys here who probably deserve to be at the Division I level, but whether it's family commitments or work, they're still playing the game because they love it. And it's producing, quality rugby throughout. And that's why, even though this is the D3 championship, we're talking about guys who have a long, rugby resume, and guys who've been around the game for a long time. And it's continuing to produce, quality stuff like we're seeing today.
Penalty given. Detroit now opting for 3 points. They just gave away a try, but no worries. We'll just add 3 to the bill. Try to extend this lead from a 21 point to 24 points. What do you think of this strategy by Detroit? The time waster, great veteran move here.
Yeah, absolutely. The clock is not the Riot's friend at this point, and so they're happy to take some extra minutes, extra seconds off the clock, and itch their way closer to the locker room where they can celebrate a Midwest championship.
Rob on the sideline again. I'll talk to you guys. Rob, can you hear me?
I can. Thank you for bringing me on. It really looked like in that last phase of play when Chicago rumbled in for that try that they
looks like
sideline on the other side, the one that you can see.
Looks like the crowd down there with Rob are loud yet again. We can't get in contact with Rob. He's having too much fun on that sideline. It's a chill day.
Testing 1, 2.
I do want to.
Testing. Hey, you really saw in that last bit where the Chicago Riot were rumbling forward and scored a try. You could hear the crowd just getting excited. As each phase turned over, the crowd had gotten more and more into it until ultimately a huge cheer came out from the south side of the stands from all the Chicago Riot fans. It was exciting to see. They only wish they were just a little bit closer in the scoreline to make this a really good final couple minutes of the match. So let's see what happens. Let's see if they can put more points on. But clearly Detroit is looking to stay in control.
Detroit missing the kick. The Riot returning fire off of the restart. And now Detroit find themselves again with the ball right around the 10-meter line. Great leg drive out on the edge with the ruck being settled. This Detroit team seems to be cruising at this point, opening up their playbook a little bit, giving more tips lines, running more direct lines. Detroit seems like they're just full steams ahead now. But a turnover for the Lions. Space is on the outside. What can he do with it? Hard shoulder charge in the middle of the field. Chicago with the kick. They opt to play on the other end. Bounce towards the center of the field. Number 7 from Detroit. Gets it. What a fake kick. Gets the man jumping. Wow, that was incredible. That was incredible.
Yeah, it was nice skill there out of their captain, Rory McGreevy. Showed the kick, decided to keep the ball in hand, had 2 defenders bite on it. Looks like he's down at the moment, but hopefully he gets back up. It was a nice play by the flanker.
That was quite an impressive. Chicago, Riot, bringing it. They said as long as there's time on the clock and there's breath in our lungs, we fight. The Riot bringing it, but a knock-on called after an errant pass from the 9, and now Detroit Riot unable to find the edge and get around the corner. It is Detroit's scrum down. It's just another missed opportunity for the Riot.
Yeah, they're also playing with a man advantage here. So, they're trying to push the game. The clock is against them. They're trying to do everything they can and just a little frantic there. Unfortunately, they knock it on. And, it's kind of been the story of the day for them. They've had some opportunities that unfortunately, have not gone their way. And, again, credit to the Detroit defense for putting pressure on them.
Scrum down. Detroit's put in. I believe they're going to play slow again. It looks like they're well content with the score line as it is. It looks like they're just trying to get out of here as fresh as possible. Let's see if they play wide or they just go back to forward work that they were doing early in the game. Going to the short side on the scrum. The winger, 2 stiff arms, 2 fins. Number 11 for Detroit. Castle Burn gets caught and dragged down right outside the 22. Penalty arm extended for the referee. And penalty called. The referee calling offsides against Chicago after the long break by Castle. And Detroit now said, we're going to take our time. We got from our end. What a great run, Dave, by Castle on the wing.
Yeah, they back themselves out of their own 22. They've had the best of them all day, so they feed Parker Adams. He goes from one end to the other. Wasn't able to finish it, but here we are again with Detroit in a great position to continue to build on that lead with just a few minutes left here, about 8 minutes left to go in the game. Detroit well in hand, and again, backing themselves. Nothing to lose, plenty to keep playing for, and Parker Adams, his name's been called out a few times today, and he goes end to end.
Parker Adams, apologies, I called him Cathal a few times. Parker Adams with the crazy fins, crazy run to get from 122 to the other, and now Detroit with the throw-in. Chicago Riot defending their own end yet again. 73 minutes into this game. As time is running out for Chicago, can they put points on the board to lessen this deficit that they're under? Detroit with the throw-in.
Again, lucky for Detroit, Parker was able to, not go into the Top Gun cast and stay here and play rugby. So good for Detroit. Worked out well.
Middle hit up for Detroit. They're set up right inside of their 22. Strong forward pass and leg drive. The flow of this Detroit offense has been the way it's been all game. Almost breaking a line, getting half of a gap. The continuity is Detroit charge from the forwards. Chicago is being overwhelmed yet again and diving in for the try. A man whose name we said a few times, Zach, the number 1, Zach Shell, with the try going in for Detroit. We're going to look at it again.
Yeah, the nice thing I like to see there is, you see some numbers with 19, 20, 21, working hard, coming off the bench. And then Zach Sino, the loose head prop, the police officer from St. Clair Shores, gets rewarded with the try himself. Recently endorsed as a Barstool athlete Officer Snell.
Great team try yet again by Detroit, showing exactly who they've been the entire game. Hard charging, forward running, cohesive group. This team has put together 80 minutes that they should be proud of, and doing so with a man down or just returning to the field. Chicago looks like they're going to be your Division III Midwest champions as the winter comes along and they prepare themselves for the spring. What do you think of their chances against the rest of the United States?
Yeah, it's an interesting way that they have a long wait period now, right? They have to wait all the way to the spring. So sometimes you can have a totally different team. I think for right now, Detroit's going to. He did, and as he makes the kick there. But I think Detroit's going to be happy with this. To put up 50 points in a national in a Midwest championship game, 50 points on the board, have only allowed a couple tries themselves, had to do it, coming on the road. I think they'll be very proud of their effort, and it's something to build to as they look to that spring.
Absolutely. Chicago kickoff. We're going to check in with Rob. We're going to see what Rob got going on the sideline, folks. Rob,
Hey,
can you hear
it's
us?
on the sideline. Give me a cue. Yep. Hey, on the sidelines, it's been a frenetic pace from that run up on the winger by Detroit all the way down to that eventually led to the score. I think the key down here, you can really see the ball speed at which Detroit is playing. Their scrum half is getting that ball out quick, unloading it to the forwards, and then recycling phase play to keep that ball turning over. And the Riot just don't have the energy to keep up with the pace of play. And that's been the key for me as I watch from the sidelines here, is just the frenetic pace from which Detroit is playing rugby right now.
They absolutely have overwhelmed Chicago. Chicago, off the back of the scrum, gets dragged out of bounds. Flag goes up on the far side. It looks like it'll be Chicago Riot's throw in for the line out. Seems to be a conference between the assistant referee and the main sir. Detroit are backing up 10. I think they know something we don't.
Yeah, unfortunately, as you get to these waning minutes, comments can be made, chippiness can start to come out, teams can start to celebrate early, and other teams can try and stop that celebration, right? So hopefully we don't see too much chippiness here as we finish out what's been a great game.
Yeah, it's been a well organized, a well contained game. The Sir's done a great job doing exactly what a Sir does. There's been no issue between player for player. They all seem to be there to rugby. But unfortunately, one team is running away with the Division III Midwest Championship. I would have to just say for these last minutes or so, we talk about how amazing Detroit was and how unrelenting Chicago was.
Yeah, again, a credit to both teams. Like you said, unfortunately, someone has to win, someone has to lose, but it takes a lot of effort to get to the Midwest Championship, and so neither of these teams should be disappointed at all with their efforts.
Definitely. Chicago forcing the turnover again, space being wide, tackle cut down, and there's another penalty. Looks like going around the ruck outside of the gate for Detroit. Chicago with a minute and a half left. Long arm for the referee. It looks like they're going quick with the tap. And the Riot are going to fight this out to the very end. It is big kudos to the Riot. They got the early lead in the first 10 seconds. And as the game settled in, they found themselves playing against a very strong Detroit team who are there to handle business. Both teams undefeated to this point. But unfortunately, someone's O had to go. And Detroit will take the Midwest championship. But the Riot, all the fight in them. Number 9 for the Riot, Jamie Lugo, is making the moves left and right, breaking a few Detroit players down. There seems to be a Detroit player down, unresponsive and not moving. We hope he's okay.
Yeah, it looks like the captain, Rory McGreevy, slow to get up, but looks okay.
It's good to see. Oh, he's still down, but it's only about 30 seconds left in the game. The Riot are going to try to run this out. The Riot are going to continue to try to run this out. Crash ball for the Riot inside the 5-meter line. Will they go to the top side of the screen? They do. But the
Yeah,
ref
Ian's going to
has to
go ahead and
stop
blow it there just for safety.
it. Yeah, he has to stop it. If they'd have stayed to the bottom of the field, I think he'd have let it go on. But once they started getting near the guy on the ground, referee, good job by the referee.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
It's
and
one of
there's
the great
another.
things, that they've brought into the game is the enhanced emphasis on player welfare. So even though the game's going on, no need to risk a player who's down on the ground. We can go ahead and stop it here. We're late in the game. Great job by Ian, the referee, to go ahead and make that call.
Definitely. Wasn't really spoiling anyone's attacking opportunities. It's perfectly fine. Safety welfare for sure. And we will be put podcast today. And we appreciate everybody that's in the back, that's in the trucks, that are handling business on the boards and making sure that this stream goes through flawlessly. So appreciation and shout out to everyone at Next Level Rugby. As our time comes to an end for this game, are you excited for the rest of this day that we have in the Midwest Championships?
Yeah, the next one's going to be, a barn burner, so to speak, with the Chicago Blaze, the hometown team, the hosts of this tournament. They're coming out against the visiting Eastside Banshees, the home of Nate Osberger, USA Eagle winger, who played this morning in their win versus Hong Kong. So again, you mentioned some of the great rugby that's being produced here in the Midwest. I think we're going to see a great one in that next one between the Chicago Blaze hosting the Eastside Banshees in that Division II final.
We have the referee's clock seems to be past 80. Chicago is content on running this game out, trying to get on the board even more. Detroit with the 50 piece to take care of business. Ball taken away. Detroit with their hands on the ball again. Run. Rob on the sideline. How you doing today?
I'm doing good, but you can see this game is absolute carnage today. Not just McGreevy going down with the knee knock, but then we just had a Riot player go down on the pitch. But we're still seeing Detroit get the run of play here. Great offloading, and it looks like they're going to put a capital T as in try in on this last one if they can recycle ball quickly. And it looks like
and a penalty try for high tackle. Penalty try given from the ref for high tackle. He has to go in his pocket. And with no time on the clock, a yellow card is given. Detroit scores with no time on the clock. Penalty try. We got to look at that run and break again.
Yeah, I think it's Austin Campo, the environmental scientist, who gets hacked down from behind here. They're going to call the high tackle, which is going to be a penalty try. He would have scored had that not happened. Ian right there on the spot going to go ahead and award it. And that's just a great way for Detroit to round out their day. An end-to-end try to cap off a great season and a great Midwest championship. I'm surprised Ian's going to even allow the kick here. There was no kick with the penalty try. So therefore, it's an automatic 7 points, and Detroit just builds on that lead, and they'll look just to probably take this to the sheds and go celebrate.
I thought we were at 80 minutes, but I believe that the referee is going to keep the game going. His clock is the main clock. So kickoff for Chicago Riot after giving away the penalty try.
A few more minutes of rugby. Ian's not ready to call it a day yet. Not sure it's going to have any outcome on the day, but again, it gives guys a few more minutes and gets a chance to put some extra meters there on their GPS units.
For sure. And we see in Detroit, even after this 80 minutes on your screen, have found their stride to another level and now are getting even bigger gains of meters. They realizing that going wide is the key. So now they're just playing in space, and it looks like Detroit are going to continue to add to to this score that they have because they are putting together big chunks of meters each play.
Yeah, this is like a captain's run. This is the way they drew it up. It's late in the game, and they're just going through the Riot. You know, they don't want to put it away yet. You got a lot of guys who haven't seen minutes, 18, 19, 21 there involved in the play, and they want to keep playing. So, you know, if Ian's going to let them, they're going to keep going.
Detroit again, and you can kind of just see how the flow of their plays change. They haven't went to the back to the forwards at all. They seem to be just playing in ultimate space, playing from end to end, left to right. I enjoy actually watching this brand of rugby from Detroit, and it's nice to see that they have this in them because they're going to need it as they find themselves going deep into the playoffs for their national championship run.
Absolutely, and again, it's a lot of guys, coming off the bench. You know, they want to come in, they want to make an impact, they want to fight for a starting spot. So even though it's late in the game for them, they want to prove that they have something in them, and it's great. You know, Mike Brennan, the number 18 there from Grosse Pointe, he beat Paulie Shore in a spaghetti eating contest, and now he wants to beat out, Liam Hacker, the starting number 9. So he's still fighting.
And another big run to cap off a big performance from Detroit with a try with, I assume, no time on the clock. Detroit have extended their lead to 62. 64, excuse me, if we're counting it. 64 points in a game in a D1 in a D3 championship game. Detroit has put up 64 points.
What's most impressive here for me is that's the number 1. You know, as you mentioned, we're in the 85th minute, and they're starting loose head prop officer Zach Sinnell. The police officer, finishes it off. You know, the 85th minute, the starting prop finishes it off for Detroit. Congratulations, Detroit Rugby, a Division III Midwest Championship.
There is a funny analogy in there. When the riot rises up, it's the police who end the show, and we just watched the police officer take care and end the Riot's championship hopes for the Midwest. Detroit 64, Chicago 24. We're here at the Midwest Championships. Your Detroit RFC have taken the D3 championship, and we will prepare for a matchup on field 1, D2 Chicago Blaze versus Eastside Banshees coming up next. We'll leave you with the replays, and we will be back.
gain set to. Yeah, it's up top on the side, yeah.
Hello, and how you doing? I am David Fee alongside Lance Kavanaugh, formerly of Davenport University, here for the Division I Midwest Championships. Lance, we got the Blaze kicking off left to right here in their white jerseys, somewhat of a home game for the Chicago Blaze as they take on the visiting Minnesota Eastside Banshees. What are your thoughts as we are about to kick off?
Well, first, I'm just excited for a great day of rugby where the stakes are high. You have two teams competing for the championship of their home Midwest. Chicago Blaze having home field advantage, having a simpler morning than the Eastside Banshees, but I expect a high-flying game today, there.
Yeah, absolutely. I know it's the bad news, it's 36 degrees. The good news, we could see 38 degrees. So it could warm up throughout the day here as the Blaze kick us off. Here we go. Minnesota unable to retain the opening kickoff cleanly, and it looks like we're going to have a scrum right away here to the Banshees. Actually, no, it was knocked on, and we're going to have a penalty. A player played the ball in front of the player who knocked it on, causing an offside penalty, and the Blaze have an opportunity here in the first couple moments.
It's a great chance. Let's show what we got early on. We get the ball back from the kickoff. Let's take this advantage and add to what we can do for the whole game.
Yeah, and they back themselves. They elect not to take the quick 3 points, as we saw in the earlier championship game. They're going to kick to touch, and they're going to back themselves with an opportunity here about 22 meters out.
These set the tone for the rest of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Matt Coppola, the hooker, throws it in. They go to the near side. Play out the back to the inside center. Nice offload to their outside center. Looks like it was a knock-on, though.
Times.
Yeah, Vidal Martinez, who's played a long time here for the Chicago Blaze in the 12 jersey, goes to offload to Alex Benetti, but unfortunately a knock-on. And the Eastside Banshee will have a scrum just outside the 22.
Already I can see that this game is going to be at a very fast pace, and this Chicago Blaze team is going to play with a speed and straightforwardness that's going to be entertaining to watch.
Anyone to keep an eye out for, Lance?
I know I have to double and triple check. I've been paying attention to the Midwest recently, but it's a couple guys that I have to double check on to make sure I got the information right. I'll give you an answer in a bit.
Absolutely. Minnesota elects to clear their lines. They kick deep into Blaze territory. Winger goes back, cleans a field, offloads to the fullback. Plays to the far side of the field, and the Blaze elect to try and play outside of their 22. Regathering inside their 22. Still failing to get out. Banshees solid in defense. And now the Blaze elect to finally clear their lines, keep it in touch, fielded cleanly by the Banshees winger, number 14, Dalton Neal. And now the Banshees have a good attacking opportunity just outside the Blaze 22. Hard charging run by the hooker, Marty Broberg. And a penalty looks for hands inside the ruck to the Blaze. And the Banshees will have another good opportunity here within the first couple moments.
It's just a couple of signs I'm seeing from the Chicago team that gives me confidence they're going to be all right through the course of this day. The Banshees as well. The idea of moving the ball into space after receiving the kick and with nothing being there to put it over the top, the level of chase that was there, it's signs to say that this team knows how to apply pressure. I want to see how the Eastside Banshees respond throughout this game with a Blaze team that can play at least fundamentally structured well. It's going to be exciting.
The Blaze compete at the line out. Looks like they may have turned it over. No, the Banshees have retained possession. Come out to Sean Fitzpatrick, their fly half. Offloads to Ricklin Malin, their outside center. Coming back down the weak hand side. Blaze hold them up, producing pretty slow possession here for the Banshees. Again, come out to Fitzpatrick. Obstruction called against the Banshees, and the Blaze will be able to clear their lines.
This has been already. I've seen they have this back pod play where the forwards will run through and apply a little bit of pressure on the defensive line and get in their way a little bit. I wonder if that led to the obstruction call, but it seems as though they setting themselves up to play a layer offensive attack, and that's always exciting to see, especially on cold days, because if the ball's flying right, it's going to be a fast-paced game. Let's see if they can overcome the elements to make it happen, though.
Yeah, neither team really to be able to settle in with the Blaze off the line out. Come down to their scrum half, Brandon Crotty, who looks like he put a little chip in, but it goes straight to touch. Yeah, exactly. Looks like he put it in straight to touch. And now the Banshees will have the line out. You know, Lance, as we look at this, again, we're 5 minutes in, and neither team looks like they've been able to settle in.
Not at all. And, you know, maybe that could be the moment. As being a D2 championship, this game means a lot to them. But also, it just can be you're playing against a team that doesn't give you anything easy. So
here we go. Knocked down by the Banshees in the line out, and the Blaze have an attacking opportunity. The Blaze put it through their hands, move it out into the 15-meter channel. Crotty slows it down, plays it off to the first pod. Not held. This time they go to the backs.
I'm curious at how this defensive set is. It seems like they have 4 people out of the line, but the wingers are in. That's a unique attacking defensive set. I actually want to see more of that throughout this game.
Well, here we go. It's offload after offload, and the Blaze now approach into their own 22. Again, settle it down on the right-hand side. Play to their big pot of forwards. And this is what they did last time, a pot of forwards and out to their backs, and here they go. Again, able to retain possession. And this time they're able to break through the Banshees' defense. Crotty plays a slow ball, not fielded cleanly, and unfortunately knocked on, and the Banshees will get off the hook and they'll have a scrum their way.
That bit of passes of play actually said a lot about the Banshees' defensive set. I mean, they gave away the big break, but Ben never break, really, right? You give away the line break, but instead of giving up, everyone gets back. The defensive holds strong for 4 straight phases without giving anything up for the gain line. Great defensive set for the Banshees.
Yeah, everything ramps up inside that red zone. And once the Blaze were able to crack through, the Banshees were able to withstand it, and here they go with the scrum, looking to exit their end. Joe Feldmeyer feeds his fly half, and Fitzpatrick clears his lines and is able to find touch.
That's so also something.
Blaze line out.
I mean, basically taking care of the fundamental things as far as possession and territory will give you a lot of confidence going into games. No matter how deep the offense is in our own half, we play good defense. If we get the ball back, we're able to return it deep and play good defense again. So that's a good sign for the Banshees.
When the Banshees are able to steal the Blaze line out into their own half, and now they'll be on the attack. Feldmeyer calls for his forwards, but goes out the back to Fitzpatrick. Can't field cleanly, and he's gathered by the Blaze defense. Slow possession played out to the forwards, back down to the right-hand side. Again, not fast possession here for the Banshees. Feldmeyer again comes down to the blind side. Not much territory gained. Now comes out the back. Again to Sean Fitzpatrick, who puts a foot on it. The Blaze gather inside their own 22. Tries to pass out of contact and turns over. Oh, and now turnover after turnover. Sean Fitzpatrick, the big red-headed fly half for the Banshees, is able to put a foot to it. Puts the Blaze deep into their own territory. Puts a foot to it. The Blaze try to counter out of their own 22. Not sure it's the best solution, and unfortunately they turn it over. Let's kick it down to Rob Hammerschmidt on the sideline.
Thank you very much, Dave and Vince. I appreciate it. Listen, I had a word with official Sean Bastick prior to the game. He's very familiar with the Blaze, officiated them about 20 times in the last couple of years. He knows that the boys from the Banshees like to maul. So he's looking for that maul to stay up. Keep an eye on that fact. See how the Blaze defend that maul if the Banshees get an opportunity.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. We'll watch that maul throughout the day here. Banshee's able to take it into the Blaze, but they're able to rip it in contact. Banshees had an opportunity. The Blaze able to steal it, and now they're on the counterattack.
They really do have the space advantage at top. I wonder when they're going to get comfortable to letting the ball go, letting the ball fly through the air. It seems like they got the spatial advantage in phases here.
Yeah, we find ourselves 10 minutes in, neither team really able to settle into any type of fluid momentum. The Blaze approaching halfway here on their own attack. Crotty feeds his big forward pack. They grind forward, approaching the halfway line. Eddie Smith, their fly half, calls for it and puts a boot to it. Not fielded cleanly by the Banshees winger there. I'm not sure if it was the fullback. If it is the fullback, that's Sam Osberger, brother of USA Eagle winger Nate Osberger, who played on the wing this morning for the USA Eagles versus Hong Kong in a big win for the U.S.
Both Osbergers fighting for a championship. Nate's fighting for an opportunity to play for the World Cup. His brother is out here playing for the D2 Midwest Championship. Both guys have a strong love for rugby, so it's good to see they're able to share it even now. I also want to see him put up some plays. I want to be able to talk about what he's doing out here, along with the other guys as well. Big charge.
Here's big Jake Reed. They're 8 off the base of the scrum. Puts the Blaze in good attacking position. Alex Vanetti with a nice offload from the 13 position. Brandon Crotty to his big forward pack. Unfortunately turned over, I think, in contact. Looked like the ball popped loose, but the Blaze maintained possession. Again, charging forward, getting over the 22. Crotty comes to the blind side. Sean Bastick, that Rob just mentioned, calls for the penalty offsides on the Banshees. And the Blaze are playing with a free card here. Vidal Martinez tries to put a foot through to it, playing the advantage. It's going to come back to the offsides penalty. We'll see what the Blaze choose to do here. What do you think, Lance? Penalty. Do you take the 3, get off the board? What are you thinking?
You got to get the points now. If they're given to you, you got to take them. Make this team know that if they give up penalties, they're going to pay for it. And they choose to elect for the kick.
1 for 1, my man. On the spot, on the call, they choose to try to get the goose egg off the board, and Eddie Smith will go for points. Eddie Smith, the fly half for the Blaze here, choosing to go for points on the penalty, trying to get him offhand. We're going to kick it down to Rob Hammerschmidt on the hot sideline.
Give me a cue. Thank you very much, Dave. Listen, you mentioned Eddie Smith. He was on the kick. I expect him to slot this pretty well. He's been out here a number of times over the last couple of weeks, getting ready for this game, making sure he's got himself right with the wind. And it looks like he pushed a little wide, was unprepared for how the wind would play today. So the Blaze still remain scoreless, 0-0 here from the sideline, but definitely a physical contest. It'll be interesting to see what happens in this next phase of play.
Yeah, you mentioned Rob there. He's been spot on all week. You know, the conditions have changed for today. We've seen 60, 70-degree weather here in Chicago all week, and today it's just over the freezing temperature line. You know, we're hovering around 36 degrees, so a bit of a challenge, but the Banshees failed to clear their line successfully, and the Blaze a nice attacking opportunity on the line out here. They come down to it, and they're going to play out to the back line. And as said, Eddie Smith makes a little show and goes through the gap himself, and the Blaze just meters outside their own try line. Brandon Crotty settles it down, looks for a big forward. Looks like they're going to keep it tight. A pick and go here as the Blaze inch towards their try line. inching forward again with another pick and jam by the big forward pack. The Blaze trying to ignite their home crowd here. Getting closer with another pick and Joe. Brandon Crotty wants nothing of it, playing with the forward pack. Brandon Crotty just at the back of that base. Now looking to gather and play it out to his backs. Not much gained there from the Blaze black line. Crotty again finds his forward pack just on the 15-meter mark. Goes down the right channel. Alex Vanetti with a fantastic offload. I think it's Griffin Huffman on the blind side, on the far side wing, with a try for the Blaze to put them on the board first. I believe it was Alex Vanetti, the seasoned veteran, number 13. Alex Vanetti takes it to the gain line. I believe it's him who offloads. Here you see Crotty plays to his forward pack.
We can go for a talk about the crowd if you'd like after that last try.
It is. Comes down the blind side. Alex Vanetti draws the defender into contact, offloads to Griffin Huffman, and we have ignited the crowd here, and the Blaze go up 5-0 with the conversion to come.
Yeah, hey, thanks again. Down here on the sideline, you could feel anticipation. There was almost a quiet anticipation in the build-up to that try. And you can very well see to the south and the west, the Blaze crowd standing on the sideline almost willing the boys on into that try. And then ultimately when it was dotted down, the fans were in elation with that first try. Expect to see more energy and excitement from the fans here at the Chicago Blaze Rugby Club in Lamont, Illinois.
Thanks, Rob. Yeah, that home crowd looks to be a big factor today for the Blaze here, hosting the D2 Championships on home ground. That try did ignite the crowd. The place erupted 5-0. The conversion no good, and the Banshees now 15 minutes into the game down 5-0.
First line break by Eddie Smith set everything up. I think he's going to have a big impact on this game for the rest of the day.
I agree with you, Lance. On the ensuing kickoff, the Banshees unfortunately put it too deep and will come back and we'll have a scrum center and a nice attacking opportunity here for the Blaze. You know, Lance, I don't know how much you know about these two teams, but wondering if you think it's going to be, you know, a case of forwards versus backs and who you think has the edge in both regards.
Well, if we're talking about what we've seen so far, Chicago Blaze are one up as far as the backs column. Their backs are the ones who made the first break. Fly half, Eddie gets through. And then the jump pass, one-handed offload to get the try in. Blaze backs are handling business. But there's more to come to see what the Banshees can produce.
Well, here's a great opportunity for those said backs that you mentioned. You got Eddie Smith coming down to the short bottom half of your screen. You got Vidal Martinez up on the top-hand side of your screen. Which way do you think they come here off this scrum? Great attacking opportunity.
Well, just off of numbers, you got to go to the bottom, eliminate the opposing team scrum half. But let's see which way they go. They go bottom.
They pick base of the scrum. It's the strong number 8 who plows forward. It gets good territory. Crotty now settles his back line down, comes out the backs. Not held in tackle as a would-be defender bounces off. And the Blaze maintain possession. Knocked on there, I believe it was Pat Caulfield, their fullback, unable to, as he inserted into the line there, and we'll have a Banshees line out.
We really do need to see the Banshees offense open up, though. I don't really feel I've seen them do anything. It's still early in the game, 20 minutes in, but a quarter of the game gone, and I don't have an idea what their offensive identity is. It's kind of a bad sign early on.
Yeah, they haven't had much attacking opportunity. Let's see what they can do here. Hopefully they can maybe feed Osberger out wide. Due to the knock-on, they have the opportunity to choose a scrum. They do. Feldmeyer to feed. It looks like he is going to play out to Sean Fitzpatrick, who puts a little chip in over the top. Well executed, well handled by Licardi, their center. Fires it off to Peterson, keeps it alive. There is Sam Osberger, the fullback. The Blaze do well. Looks like Bastic calls for a maul now. Still moving forward for the Banshees. Ripped away by the Blaze, and the Blaze are able to come away with it out of the maul after a long line break. But the Blaze can't execute cleanly. They finally do clear their 22, find some space, and we'll have a Banshees line out. Oh, no, they're going to call it back. They're going to call it back. They're going to call it back. It went right to touch, and we're going to take it back to Rob Hammerschmidt on the sideline.
Hey, it was really interesting to watch that last phase from the Banshees off the line out. I actually was sitting here on the north touch line, and there was all kinds of open space, and you had the Blaze clearly in defense coming up hard and strong. So a clever little chip and chase by the fullback Osberger, showing his experience that he has had over the years.
Yeah, it was well executed by the Banshee back line, and now after a short line out, strong in the counter ruck, a real strong counter ruck by the Blaze. Some dirty possession for the Banshees, and unfortunately, the Banshees can't do much with it, and the Blaze will take over.
The Chicago Blaze team seems to be ready to go. They've been making the better decisions. They've been making the better plays. Outside of just that chip and chase, which they defensively took care of well, Chicago Blaze seems to be up for the task. But one thing we need to see is the Banshees have the ball in hand more. They need to be able to retain possession to get themselves a chance to get more points on this board, or any points on this board.
Yeah, you mentioned we're a quarter into the game, and they haven't had much possession. And the Blaze, again, on the attack halfway. They come out to Eddie Smith. Fields a big, strong forward up the midfield. Crotty digs it out. Has a sniper around the fringe himself. The Blaze forward pack will come in. Bail out there, scrum half, and now Eddie Smith chooses to put his foot to it. Not much territory gain there. Sean Fitzpatrick, the Banshee fly half, is able to gather, and the Banshees are in possession just inside their own half. Feldmeyer digs it out, feeds his fullback, and the Banshees have space out wide, and now they're in business. Into Blaze territory, putting it through the hands out wide, retaining possession up near top field, 5 meters in. Feldmeyer chooses not to hit his forward runners again, goes to Fitzpatrick, who puts a foot to it. Fielded clean there by Caulfield, their fullback, who puts the kick into touch, and we will have a Banshee line out just inside their own half. So again, a little back and forth there, Lance.
The things that the Banshees seem to be kicking the ball ahead. They had an opportunity on the outside. They've shown that if they get it to space, they can get a break. But they seem to be eager to kick the ball. It's been working for them, so I don't see why they change it. But let's get more ball and hand attack for the Banshees.
Well, it looks like an illegal line out there, taken in by the Banshees, turned over for the Blaze scrum. Yeah, knocked forward there by the Banshees in contact. I'm curious, what the conditions are on the field. They're going to a short line out, always going to the front. It appears to be a bit messy. I'm curious to see what Rob Hammerschmidt has to say about the conditions there on the field. Here we go with the Blaze. In possession, Crotty looks to find his big forward pack, hard charging runner up the midfield, not much territory gain. Eddie Smith calling for it, but a pick and go from the forwards approaching midfield now are the Blaze. Crotty's in. Eddie Smith calling for it and puts a foot to it. Again, both teams happy to kick away possession. This one gathered by the Banshees winger under a bit of pressure. Dalton Neal was turned over there. under pressure after fielding the kick, and the Blaze turned it over, and now they're in possession deep in their 22. Again, Crotty digs it out, finds Eddie Smith, who comes out to his back line. There's Vanetti again, had a great offload earlier. This time takes it to ground. Crotty playing from midfield, looks to have a little fringe himself. Hard carry from the Blaze back line. Eddie Smith this time sees a little space behind, chips in. Fielded by Fitzpatrick, who clears his lines. And the Blaze look to counter. Coming to midfield. Caulfield finds a big forward to take it into contact. Crotty, a bit of slow play, finds a forward off the fringe as the Blaze look to regather. Finetti takes it near side into the 15-meter channel. Crotty again looks to feed his big forward pack. Blaze maintaining possession. Crotty takes a little snipe around the fringe himself, finds a little half gap, and the Blaze approach midfield here. Alex Vanetti standing in the fly half position, calling for it. Not getting it. The forwards again picking and going. This time they do find Vanetti, who finds space. He puts it to his foot. Into Banshee territory. Not fielded cleanly there by Osberger. I think it's Dalton Neal. They're able to regather, and the Banshees are able to exit out of their 22. Caulfield looks to regather inside his 22, and we'll see what the Blaze fullback chooses to do. Blaze, as they look to counter here onto the sidelines to Rob Hammerschmidt.
Hey, thanks. Thanks once again. Look, I think the Blaze have a 16th man on the other side. You can see when they get the run of play, the crowd is absolutely ecstatic, cheering the boys on. Look for that to be a key. If I'm the Banshees, I'm really going to try to play on the Blaze end of the pitch and keep the crowd out of it, because when the Blaze get close, the crowd is energized and they're fueling the boys on to the next phase of play and potentially a try.
The Blaze continuing to tack inside their half of the field, trying to keep that crowd into it. Crotty digs it out, finds Eddie Smith, who hits a big, hard charging forward. Banshees look to get their hands on it, can't in the ruck, and Crotty will play a slow possession out of here. Comes out to Eddie Smith down to the backside. Caulfield, their fullback, looks to offload, does. Unfortunately knocked on as Caulfield tried to offload. Not sure that was necessary. And the Banshees will again find some limited possession that they've had here in the first half. Hey, Lance?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the Banshees being on defense so much is kind of demoralizing, especially if their team has had success throughout the year attacking. The Chicago Blaze team, though, I want to see them do more hand and ball attacking. Both teams really to maybe abandon the kicking for a bit and maybe get into your sets and play the style of play that you've played to get you to this point. And
I mean, if you're the Banshees, you know, you're 30 minutes into this game, you're only down 5-0. Again, the crowd's been a big factor here for the Blaze. Do you think they're happy with where they're at 30 minutes into this game, only finding themselves down 5-0 with limited possession?
Content, maybe. Happy, no. I mean, being down at any point isn't a happy moment, but considering, right, that they haven't had much offense, it definitely is. And even with a kick like that, take that kick, for example, just those moments right there to not really be able to show what you guys can do. You know, you're in the D2 Midwest Championship. You've earned your right to be there. You had to go through a gauntlet to get there. Let's lean on what got us there. I'm ready to see some straight up play from these guys. And maybe this Banshee team can get those big guys rolling because they got a big forward pack.
Yeah, Fitzpatrick is not going to be happy with that kick. Goes straight to touch, and now the Blaze find themselves with a great attacking line out. Comes to the short side, now they feed out to the backs.
Space is at the top of the screen.
Space out wide, absolutely. Finding room there is their blindside winger. Oh, forces an offload. They're able to retain possession there in the 5-meter channel, and the Blaze on the attack inside their 22. They play it out to the backs to Eddie Smith, who finds a forward. Again, Eddie Smith out to the backside. This time feeds it inside. Looking for a big, strong forward runner who finds a half gap. Not much territory gained. The Banshees hold on defense. Again, this time Smith finds Vanetti, who's met hard by that Banshee defense. And they're able to put a bit of a counter ruck, slowing that possession down for the Blaze. Again, the Blaze trying to find some room. Coming back inside. Forces an offload and a knock on. Banshees will play out the advantage as they look to clear their lines here deep in their territory. Unable to do so, and Sean Bastic's going to call it back for the scrum. Knock on by the Blaze. Again, an unforced error. Not sure that they needed to force that offload. They appeared to be on the front foot.
I mean, it seems like they're trying to get those offloads going, almost, to the point past 50-50. Just take your opportunities when you get them. When you get ball retention, the Blaze seem to be moving the ball up and down the field. It's always a sneaky offload that's a little questionable that halts their momentum, but they hold on to the ball. I think they'll put up more points. They have at least 2 more tries that they can add to the scoreboard before half they abandon the offloads.
Yeah, and again, some limited possession here for the Eastside Banshees. Deep in their own territory, Feldmeyer looks to feed his scrum midfield. Looks to his
and they're set up
half.
So deep.
Playing deep out of their own territory. Richard Malin now their outside center, looking for some space. Not much territory to be found. And I expect Fitzpatrick will just find some space to clear his lines. He does. Again, hasn't had the best day here with his foot. Does find touch and will have a Blaze attacking line out inside their own half yet again. The Blaze continuing to own possession here in the first half. The Blaze are owning possession here in the first half, and we'll take it back down to Rob Hammerschmidt on the sideline.
Thanks. Interesting substitution already for the Eastside Banshees. Right flanker, number 7, Diego Castillo Velasco, is subbed out for Troy Jacobson-Clark. So an early one there for the Banshees. We'll see if that Jacobson-Gott's going to have an impact on the field and turn over some ball at the rucks.
The Blaze backline movement there, not executed cleanly, and it looks like we have a head knock to a player. And again, with all the safety protocols for a player, I think we're going to go ahead and have a stoppage of play here to take a look at the number 6, Stephen Grinup. Hopefully he's okay, but again, looked like there was a bit of a head knock, and Sean Bastic doing the safe right thing. Stop and play here for the benefit of player welfare.
Yeah, good on this, sir. That's something I want to see. That's great.
Yeah, as we have a moment here, as they take a look at Grinup, as the staff, medical staff doing their outstanding job here, we'll take it back down to Rob Hammerschmidt on the sideline.
Thanks, Dave. Interesting stuff. That Caulfield, the fullback, is actually coming in to throw the ball in at the lineout. So pay attention to see how the back 3 are aligned for the Blaze prepare for the turnover. We feel pretty confident they can cover that, putting Pat on to throw the ball in on their throw-ins.
Yeah, Pat Caulfield, yesterday being Veterans Day, I know he's done some work with our Army team and Matt Sherman, one of my former teammates. So kudos to all our veterans out there on the 11th day in the 11th month of our Veterans Day and Armistice Day. And again, thank you to Pat Caulfield and all those who've served. And Pat continued to do a great job. As our medical staff is here, and it looks like they're going to go ahead and replace Grinup, who did unfortunately take a knock to the head, and he'll be replaced, and we'll come back to, I believe it's going to be a Banshee scrum here. Yeah, Grinup a little slow to get up, and he'll be replaced, and hoping he'll make it out okay here. So again, two changes now for the Banshee back row, which will be interesting to see. Now a brand new 6 and a brand new 7, with still a lot of time here in the first half. Have to play.
Yeah, but they're shuffling in the scrum.
We'll have a Blaze attacking opportunity just inside their half here. 32 minutes in, attacking left to right in their white jerseys. Brandon Crotty, their scrum half, looks to feed the scrum. Jake Reed, the big number 8, again takes it off the base. Vanetti looks to clean. He does. Crotty digs it out again, plays down to the blind side. Blaze looking to attack here inside their own half. Crotty finds his forward, another offload inside. Blaze continuing to look to play with those offloads. Crotty this time puts a boot over the top, finds some space. Vanetti on the chase, does a great job to not go down on Feldmeyer, who fields it cleanly. Great job by the Banshee 9 to be under pressure there from Vanetti. Does a good job cleaning out, and the Banshees are able to regather. Big Michael Williams, the prop, able to bail out, and it looks like the Banshees again will clear their line through the boot of Fitzpatrick. Unfortunately, doesn't find touch, and it looks like the Blaze will have an attacking opportunity. A nice big long boot, though, from Fitzpatrick. And now the Blaze will clear from inside their 22. Not much territory gained, and the Banshees will probably take that, I believe, Lance, with an attacking line out now, just 10 meters in from their half.
With limited ball, hand on ball, this is a great chance for them to show what their offense can do. Nice set piece. Going to their right hand, they're passing with their strong hand. This is a great chance to show exactly what this offense has been producing all year. This set will actually determine a lot in going into the second half.
Yeah, I imagine this time they'll keep ball in hand. They'll choose to attack. They come down in the line now. The Banshees at the top of the screen, working across right to left in their green and blue stripes, pinstripe jerseys. Joe Feldmeyer looks to dig it out from that line out as they're producing the ball. Fitzpatrick says they've had one shot and they move it. Here we go. Continuing on the wall, the Banshees able to drive the Blaze back. Continuing on that maul now, gaining momentum. Bastic throws out the arm, and it looks like we're going to play the advantage to the Banshees. Still working that maul, now taking the ground. Bastic still playing advantage to the Banshees. They come out the back to Fitzpatrick. Again, a limited attacking opportunity for the Banshees, and Bastic's going to bring it back to the penalty there in the maul. Coming in from the side here, and again, this is going to be the best attacking opportunity that the Banshees have had all day. Fitzpatrick's going to put a little touch to it, and they'll have an attacking line out 5 to 10 meters from their goal line here, Lance. First opportunity that they're going to have a crack at it.
I mean, they got to go ball again. After what we just seen in that last line out, they have to go maul again. That would be the only answer that I can see for them. It obviously is successful. Blaze did a good job after 10 meters were gained, but can they stop them from the onset?
Here we go. You were 1 for 1 earlier. They come down, taken to the ground this time. The Blaze did a good job to not allow that maul to build, but the Banshees retain possession. They come out to the backs. This time it's Fitzpatrick, who finds his 12. Goes to offload to his replacement flanker there, Ryan Wolf. Who knocks it on in contact, and the Blaze come away with it. Again, Ryan Wolf, the replacement flanker, and it looks like now Fitzpatrick is down for the Banshees. Slow to get up.
Huge contact going into the tackle there.
Eddie Smith can't clear, and now the Banshees in possession just outside their 22. Feldmer goes to field it out. Finds Licari, who steps into the fly half position for the down Fitzpatrick. Again, Feldmeyer looks to dig it out. Ooh, the Blaze are able to dig it out of there. Not sure how they were able to come out away from that ruck possession with the ball, but they were. Crotty looks to put a boot to it. Playing the advantage, and Bastic's going to bring it back to the penalty. After Crotty kicked it away, we had a high tackle, and we're going to have a little stoppage, I think, as they come back to look at Fitzpatrick.
Give me a cue when I'm on. Thanks, gentlemen. Listen, it's been pretty interesting. From the sideline, you can really tell just how much energy the back row forwards of the Blaze bring to the game. They poached the ball, and they did such a nice job digging that ball out of the rucks, making contact, chop tackling, getting their arms over the ball, staying on their feet, that they were able to gain possession and get out of trouble. So pay attention to that back line. You gentlemen, Dave, you talked about some guys who would show out for the Blaze, and one guy is Jake Reed. He's a product of Rugby, Illinois. He's been involved with the Thunderbirds, and he's really having a stormer, carrying the ball well, being tough on the rucks. So expect more from Jake Reed as we continue to watch this game unfold.
Thanks, Hammer. As we return to play here, it looks like we're going to have a penalty to the Blaze. Karate not looking to take it to touch. They're going to play from there.
I understand the decision. They usually wait a few phases before they kick the ball. It's been opportunities there for them. Let's see if they actually go back to it.
Ooh, Karate thought he saw something and unfortunately slipped on the little pick and go. There's Vidal Martinez. Haven't called his name much today. Puts a kick up. Doesn't go very far, and the Banshees are able to retain possession but chuck it out of bounds, and the Blaze will have a line out. As you can see, the crowd erupt.
Again, the kicking options for the Chicago Blaze seem to be something they lean on very, very closely. I would want them to continue to play with ball in hand. They obviously have a good ability to break the line on set pieces. Let's see if they go to it.
Yeah, here we are through the line out. Looks like they're finding their big 8, Jake Reed, through the short line out. The 8-man gets him into their own half. But Eddie Smith, their fly half, puts a foot to it. Gathered well by Thomas Peterson, their strong winger. And the Banshees are able to try and have a little break out of their own half. Feldmeyer digs it out, finds his big prop forward. Tough to bring down as he approaches midfield. Feldmeyer not executed cleanly there, as it looks like he tried to put it into the hands of his blindside wing there. Dalton Neal not fielded cleanly. We're going to have a knock and a great attacking possession here for the Blaze as we approach the halfway mark.
I have to say, yet again, I'll say this. The kicking opportunities are there. It just depends on tactically where they put the ball. The ones they've been hanging up, this Eastside Banshees team has been taking care of the ball in the air. Air alert, these guys are going up and retaining possession. Maybe if they drive the ball down the sideline more, they'll have more success with the kicks.
Yeah, here the Blaze are with a great attacking possession. You know, as we hit the 40-minute mark, I think the Blaze really need to get some extra points out of this. And the Banshees are able to counter ruck here and turn the ball over right before halftime. Feldmeyer puts a foot to it, finds space in behind. There's Vidal Martinez, their center, who's back to field it cleanly, and he has a half break out. Banshees look to put bodies in, and they're able to turn it over here. You know, now if you're the Banshees, do you take a shot at 3 points right before half?
I think this is a good time to do it. If after all the things that happened in this first half, you're only down 5, not really hands on ball, not really attack, I think it's a good idea. But as I said earlier, this maul is there for them. If they can get the maul engaged, they can make real progress. Let's see what they do.
Well, and that's what they choose to do. So they take a nice kick into touch, and now they have an attacking opportunity here. This will probably be the last possession of the half, and we'll see if they get rewarded for it. If not, it's going to be a 5-0 Blaze lead going into half. But a great attacking opportunity. Michael Williams, the prop to throw it in. They go to the 4-man lineout, and they come down short side. The Banshees just 5 meters from their goal line here. Over the 40-minute mark. We'll see how long Bastic allows them to play. The Banshees using their forwards, a nice pick and drive.
This might be a strength for them. They have a sizable forward pack. This is great.
And they're able to dot it down with their forward pack. And it looks like it'll be a 5-5 game. They kept it tight. They went to a short line out. You mentioned it. They went to the mall. You mentioned it, Lance. They come down to the mall, and then it's just their big boys from here on out.
It seems to be what works for them. Getting the ball to space has been a little bit disruptive. Both teams have been sloppy on the offloads, but when they depend on their forwards, this Banshee team can obviously gain meters and get up the field. Hats off to them.
It looks like number 21, Liam McVetti, will take the extras to potentially give the Banshees a 7-5 lead as we head into halftime. As McVetti lines up, let's take it down to Rob Hammerschmidt.
Thanks a lot. You guys mentioned correctly that the Blaze are going to the air, but what we noticed to your field side is that those kicks have not been all that effective. when they're putting that box kick up high up in the air, they're being well fielded by the Banshees back three. And quite
I think we
frankly,
may have
they're not
lost
gaining that
Hammer
much
there as McVetti
territory on
takes
those
the kick.
kicks.
It believes it pushes wide right, and that'll take us to halftime. And this is where we thought it would be. It's a 5-5 game here at the Chicago Blaze pitch here in Lamont, Illinois.
That is a blessed half for the Banshees. That is a blessed half for the Banshees. After all of that work they did defensively to have a tie game in the second half, that is really impressive for them.
Oh, I see it.
We're going to take some replays here as we head to halftime. You'll see some first half action.
I see that it exists. I have no idea what it says.
What's it say, Joe? Okay.
Can't tell. It's a bit small.
Yeah, that's true. You can't go through one.
What is Superman called?
Let's ask him. Do you guys know? Yeah, there's a guy over there.
The production is on Next Level Rugby.
No, what's
Oh, what's the score? I believe sorry, that's what the score. They missed it? Okay, so it's 5-5.
okay?
Okay, good. All right.
Thank you.
Oh my God, are you warm? Oh, I know. Missed you too, Riot.
Yeah, I know.
Well, you know, that's the way it is. You know? You gotta do the best you can. Oh, that's
I'm back on.
yeah. Oh, yeah. And then I said, you want to go, guys? And they're like, all the way up.
Hey, thanks, gentlemen. Listen, a couple things to pay attention to, and it's the conditions. You mentioned earlier Ryan Crotty sniping around the edge and slipping. The middle of the field is getting a little softer, so look to see what happens in the middle of the field as some of the backs and quicker guys try to play the ball out of that spot in the field. Also notice that the wind is going from west to east. That's going to play to the advantage of the Blaze, obviously, so let's see if they can capitalize on wind conditions with their kicking game.
Your second half action with a little bit of a kicking exchange. It looks like the Blaze have possession inside their 22. A little bit of dirty possession there. It may have been knocked on. Sean Bastick throwing out his arm, and the Banshees are playing advantage inside their half. And then he calls a penalty for the Blaze coming over the top. So after a bit of a kicking exchange where it looked like the Blaze had some good territorial advantage, they now have a penalty, and the Banshees will be allowed to clear their lines here early in the second half. The kick doesn't find touch, and the Blaze are able to attack. They come midfield, and they find their fly half Eddie Smith. There's Alex Vanetti, the outside center. Takes it into contact inside Banshee territory. Crotty digs it out, looks to find his forward pack, and does. Slow grinding run, not much territory gained. Crotty again digs it out, finds Eddie Smith his fly half. Plays his loose forward. Looks like it's John Needham, the tight head prop out there running. Again, Eddie Smith plays it out wide, and the Blaze inside their 15-meter channel. Crotty again digs it out. Fourth phase here for the Blaze. Banshees holding their lines. Ooh, good defense here from the Banshee outside backs, putting the Blaze back inside their own half. Nowhere to go, and now the Blaze will be forced to kick. And the ball's going to roll inside the Banshee tri-zone, and they'll take it back.
It's got to be a dropout, right?
Yeah, that ball rolled in. They'll have a goal line dropout here for the Banshees after the long kicking exchange.
So, and that's the thing with the wind change and the elements change. Now the Chicago Blaze kicking attack is actually going to possibly transform to a new level as far as playing territory. If they can stay on the Banshees half of the field and use their kicking attack to their advantage, it keeps those forwards out of play for the Banshees.
Yeah, as Rob Hammerschmidt mentioned, that wind is playing a factor. Not getting a lot on that kick, and it's Alex Vanetti who again takes the Blaze inside just up to their 22. Ryan Crotty digs it out and finds a hard charging forward as they inch closer to that 22-meter line. But holding on in possession there is the Blaze forward, and it's going to be a penalty to the Banshees. Strong defense there as they went in for the poach. Sam Osberger, again, kicking into the wind, fails to find touch off that penalty, and the Blaze are back on the attack. Well taken to ground there from the Blaze back. Crotty finds his big number 8, Jake Reed. And the Blaze come out wide. There is their big, strong number 8. That's Jake Reed. Jake Reed on the break, looking back inside, offloads. I believe it's Vidal Martinez. Who forces an offload. Unnecessarily. A great opportunity. That is the big number 8, Jake Reed. Finds space out wide. You put the big guy into space, and he's going to take advantage of it. He has a nice offload inside to Vidal Martinez, who probably should have taken it to ground. Unfortunately, goes to ground. And we're going to bring it back to Rob Hammerschmidt, who was down there on that sideline.
Thanks, Dave and Vince. Listen, like I said, one of the key players is going to be Jake Reed, number 8 for the Chicago Blaze. You could really see there in that phase of play, once he got the ball, he has the power, he has the pace, explosiveness to break it open. Look for offloads from that point. Unfortunately, Vidal just couldn't make the connection to aid in a try being scored, but the Blaze are clearly playing on the end of the field they want to be in.
Yeah, you mentioned Vidal on that offload there. I'm not sure it was necessary. I thought he knocked it on, and he may have gotten away with one. The Blaze maintained possession off of that scrum, and they maintained possession here inside the attack. They're attacking 22, and a penalty now for them. Crotty takes the quick tap, finds a hard forward runner. Crotty looking to dig it out. A good counterattack from the Banshee defense. An errant pass from Crotty. Finds Caulfield to flip the back. Martinez finds Vanetti, who goes out wide. to their forward in that 1-3-3-1 attack. Martinez in midfield here for the Blaze. In the shadow of their own goalposts, looking to break this 5-5 tie. And now a gap through, I believe, again, that's their big number 8, Jake Reed. The Blaze inside their 5-meter line. Crotty finds a hard charging forward, and he looks to dig out again. Blaze inching forward. And it gets turned over right at their goal line. The Banshees put a foot to it. Not much territory to be gained. Not much territory to be gained. The Blaze have an opportunity. They knock on, and now it's the Banshees in frantic pace of play. And we're going to have a deliberate knock-on from the Blaze. We're going to have a Banshee penalty with a player down. What a frantic pace of play. The Blaze just inches from their goal line, get turned over. The Banshees kick it out. The Blaze then turn it over, and the Banshees break out on attack. What do you think, Lance?
These mistakes are really just being emphasized every single phase. One thing is not being able to punch it in. That's a piece of it. But the kick from the Banshees wasn't the strongest, and the opportunity for the Blaze had reset, and they couldn't convert, and they turned the ball over immediately. These are the mistakes and the reasons why the Banshees seem to be in this game without having a large amount of possession in the first half. It being tied 5, it's tough to see for the Blaze.
We'll bring it back down to Rob Hammerschmidt on the sideline.
There again, I think in that last phase by the Banshees, their attempt to gain territory with the penalty, they just didn't get very much territory, only about 10 or 15 meters at most. And I think you're going to see the wind continue to be a factor and challenge the Banshees in the second half.
Yeah, you mentioned that wind being a factor. Oh, and the Banshees unable to cleanly play their line out. Looks like Vidal Martinez puts a foot to it. The Banshees regather inside their 22. Slow to regather, looking to clear. I expect Feldmeyer to put a foot to it. He does. But the Blaze with an attacking opportunity. Here's Caulfield, their fullback. Finds a bit of space and has a go himself. Squirts through. Finds his big forward runner who will bring it into contact, and the Blaze are in business inside their 22. Wide ball there to Eddie Smith. The Blaze have numbers out wide if they can find him. Taken into contact by Needham, their prop. Roddy looks to play midfield through his big forward pack and finds him inside their 22 are the Blaze. Looking to break this 5-5 tie. Vidal Martinez has a go. Taken down by the Banshee defense, holding their lines. Blaze really needing to take advantage of this opportunity. They've yet to get points. They've been down here pretty much the first half, the first 10 minutes here in the second half, looking to get points. Eddie Smith looks to offload, can't. Takes it to ground himself. And the Blaze here find themselves again 6-7 phases deep into it. Caulfield again finds a little half gap with the offload off the ground. Oh, a big breaking run, and the Blaze have broken this 5-5 tie. That's Pat Caulfield, who Hammer mentioned earlier, kept finding half gaps, if you will. He's the one who started this break. Again, finds another half gap, and on the offload from Pat Caulfield, not sure who he was able to offload to. It's the big number 7, Chris Lamberton. So again, Caulfield finds that half gap. Well, it's not Lamberton. But again, in support are the Blaze.
These guys have been offloading the ball all game. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But just then, for 5 points, they get it all right. Chicago Blaze extend and regain the lead.
And they really needed to get some points. Again, they've been in possession a majority of this game with not a lot to show for it. But they're able to break the tie. An unfortunate conversion there in front of the sticks, I believe, was missed, and it's only a 10-5 lead as opposed to 12-5. We'll see if that 2 points ends up being a factor here in the second half. Again, unfortunate that they couldn't capitalize with a full 7, but they do find themselves with a 10-5 lead 10 minutes here in the second half.
Go, Banshees! Go, boys!
Really, we just need to see more from this Eastside forwards. They're being taken out of the game because of area possession. They're not allowed to really be as strong and go for it as they want to be because they spend the majority of their time defending or in their own half. I can't wait to see what Eastside put together so these forwards can get into this game more.
Yeah, you mentioned their number 8, Jeremy Herricks, for the Banshees. We haven't been able to call his name a lot today, but you can tell he's a leader there for the Banshees. We'll see if he gets involved here in the second half. As the Banshees look to counter here inside their half, we'll take it back down to Rob Hammerschmidt on the sideline.
Thank you, Dave. Yeah, in that last phase of play, you really saw the continuity of the back row forwards from the Chicago Blaze. Zane Jackson dotting it down. He's a Rugby Illinois product, Neuqua Valley Wildcat and state champion. Dad, a longtime Blaze player here, Graham Jackson. And so, that experience brought to the Blaze, I think has made a tremendous difference, particularly in the back row. And he is a fly half, or it was in high school. So the hands, the rugby IQ are all there, and you saw it on play for the Chicago Blaze in that try.
Yeah, you mentioned, Rob, there's a lot of that, of this great, youth products that continue to play the game, and we continue to see it here in the D2 Championship. The Banshees finally getting some opportunity here to attack as they break inside Blaze territory. The big number 1, Michael Williams, digs it out, looks to find some territory, not much going for the Banshees. Feldmeyer will look to dig it out. Nice offload inside there from their fullback. And the Banshees looking to find some momentum here in the second half. Not much possession. Let's see what they can do with it here. They continue to battle down the strong side. Blaze holding in defense. And it looks like we're going to have a penalty to the Banshees. Offsides on the Blaze. Their fullback, that's Sam Osberger. He's looking to drive the tempo and push the pace of this game here. He's getting more involved. It looks like he's stepping into the fly half position. And he's going to look to push the pace for the Banshees, and it's going to pay off for him. Sam Osberger, the 15 there, steps in and really started pushing the pace there. And the Banshees are able to capitalize with a try here at the 52-minute mark to tie the game. You can reward the forwards for their score here, but it's Sam taking the quick tap, taking advantage of the Blaze who weren't set in defense. Strong offload to Thomas Peterson. Again, another offload from the Banshees. Right place, right time, big forward. And the try with the conversion to come to potentially put themselves in the lead.
The minute that they get away from their own half of the field, they're able to show what they can do, the speed that they can play with. And they picked up speed as that phase play built up. By the time they got to the penalty, they were already knowing that they're rolling downhill, and they just kept the momentum going to get the easy 5. Well-earned 5.
Yeah, it looks to be a strategy that's going to pay off, moving Osberger into 10. Let's take it down to Rob Hammerschmidt on the side.
Thanks, gents. I'm down here in the Banshees sideline, and they've got a core group of supporters that are bringing a lot of energy to the game, as a matter of fact. They're down here cheering on the boys. They definitely are cheering them on in that last phase of play, willing them to bring the score much closer. So we're going to hear a lot more from them, I think, as the play continues. Expect to hear the crowd from both sides play a role in helping either one of these teams be crowned champion.
Yeah, you mentioned that crowd, Rob. With a 10-10 game, the longer the Minnesota Banshees can stay in this game, the more they'll take this crowd out of it, I think, Lance. And we restart the action with the Blaze kicking off in a 10-10 tie. The Banshees with possession inside their own half. Feldmeyer looks to clear his lines. Not much on that kick, kicking into the wind, and the Blaze take possession near midfield. Karate looks to dig it out. Blaze choosing to attack. I believe it's Big Alex Vanetti finding space into Banshee territory. Looking to play quick. The pit forwards pick and go for the Blaze. Karate now digs it out, finds his fly half Eddie Smith. Looks to have a little half goal himself and then offloads. Here's Vidal Martinez. Haven't called his name much today. Takes it into contact to ground. Goes down and we get a penalty called on for the Blaze having hands in the ruck. Again, Vidal Martinez, haven't called his name much. He has a go around the blind side, gets isolated, and the Banshee is able to turn it over.
It's amazing to see how this game has been flipping, flopping, going back and forth. The fours of the Banshees doing a little bit of work and carrying the load, and then the Blaze getting the turnover, and you being able to see how they're able to attack. One thing that I want to see more of, and even though I said I want to see less of it earlier, was the Blaze actually using this wind advantage. They kicked the first half with the wind against them, and now that they have this advantage, they seem to be slowing down on their kick opportunities. Now would be the perfect time to pick it back up and maybe get these Banshee team forwards running back and forth to tire them out, because they're starting to change the momentum of this game.
Yeah, we'll see if that win ends up being a factor as the Banshees win their line out. They come down with it again. Osberger moved into the fly half position as they look to cross midfield. The dirty ball, and it's knocked forward there. And we're going to come back and play the scrum for the Blaze. Again, the Banshees have made a tactical change, moving Osberger into the fly half position, looking to inject a little bit of pace for the Banshees.
It seems to be working, but the confusion comes when you get two or three passes away from the center of the field, away from those inside backs. Then it becomes guys dancing around and not really holding shape, attacking space and hitting lines. Though the Banshees have seen to tie this game up and keep it close, they need to improve on that as soon as possible, and they'll really put themselves in a position to really run away with this game. The backs on the outside need to really affect this game better if the Blaze want to, if the Banshees want to end with a win.
And we'll see how much the benches will come into play as we approach the last quarter of the game, our fourth quarter type stuff here, a 10-10 game. We'll see who rises up in the last 20. It's been a great game so far. I mean, what else can you expect here? 10-10, Midwest Championship, Division II, the Blaze on the home ground, trying to bring it home for their home fans, and the Banshees contending well.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at the game that it's turned out to be. Chicago is definitely going to show up because of where the game is being held, what it means to them to play on their home pitch for the D2 Midwest Championship. But I know with teams like the Eastside Banshees, they got a point to prove. There's a lot of things going on in Minnesota and what Minnesota rugby is about, what that part of the Midwest rugby is about. They want to show and prove. So let's see how the next 20 minutes go to end this game.
Yeah, Eddie Smith with a kick down into Banshee territory. They're looking to clear their lines. A loose ball here as the Banshees again around their own 22-meter line, looking to clear here in a 10-10 game as we approach the 60-minute mark. Banshee forwards just trying to find some space. Osberger offloads to his big number 6, Steven Grinup. Feldmeyer slows it down from this 9 position, and again, I believe the Banshees just looking to find a way to exit here. Grinding through possession after possession, but not getting much territory for it.
Yeah, they definitely have slowed down their offensive attack to not play at that breakneck speed.
They finally do break out of their 22. Finds a big forward prop runner again. Just happy and content to go through phase after phase, not looking to kick into that wind. And there's Osberger, takes it out of go himself.
I will say this Blaze defense are exceptionally game. I mean, they're contesting at the ruck to slow the ball down pretty well. Double tackles are there. They're doing that at an exceptional pace. They're spreading up, standing up, and looking at what's front of them. They've really been giving this Eastside Banshee team a run for their money whenever they try to run through attack. But like you said, the 60-minute mark is where it all changed, and we're here now. Let's see if they can keep this defensive structure to this level.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see as the Banshees continue again grinding phase after phase, not looking to kick into that wind and just willing to try and wither down that Blaze defense. A couple offloads there from the Banshee backline. This time they again offload to big Michael Williams. Another offload, prop to prop, Williams to front as the Banshees look to attack near midfield here. That's Dalton Neal, the wing into the first receiver position. Not much territory gained. Number 20, Ryan Wolf, the reserve. Robert Licari does well to get to ground from the big prop, looking for any room to go. Not much room, not much territory at all. Blaze player.
He's been getting a lot of touches his face play. The prop number 3 friend is getting a lot of touches his face play. He's putting in a lot of work.
Again, Banshees looking to cross midfield. Can't do it through the wing. Now on the offload, finally do cross halfway. It's Liam McVetti. And I believe Bastic's going to call a knock-on. Phase after phase, time after time, just couldn't get it across halfway. You mentioned that Blaze defense, that big white wall, able to hold strong, and now they're going to get possession here near midfield.
Take it, boys, take it.
Into the fourth quarter, let's take it down to Rob Hammerschmidt on the sideline.
Thanks. Thank you. You guys saw a lot of possession by the Banshees there, and what I noticed is there's a lot of hands on hips, a lot of tired Blaze players out there in that defense. They were having trouble marshaling their troops and folding over the ruck. So I think fitness is going to play a role here. If the Banshees continue to possess and roll that ball over and continue the phase play, they can wear down the Blaze defense.
Let's see what they do. Crotty looks to feed here at midfield. There's big Jake Reed, the 8. He's had a great day. And look at this. As we mentioned him, Jake Reed's going to go in on touch 50 meters by himself. The big number 8, Jake Reed, with Crotty in support. Doesn't need him. Puts it on his back. You mentioned him earlier, Hammer. You mentioned him earlier, Hammer. Let's take another look. Crotty just feeds, and Jake Reed just says, hey, I'll do the rest. I'll take it myself.
No scrum half, all the space in the world. He backs himself, puts the boosters on, and weaves through 4 Banshee defenders. That is the play that the Blaze need to show their dominance. What a answer. What a way to pick up the call.
Old Daniel Plinick, number 22 for the Banshees, needed to call touch, not called. Reed makes the break, 50 yards by himself. Jake Reed puts the Blaze, and that's got to be one for the crowd to bring them back into it. What a play, Jake Reed.
He's been making plays all over the field. They had a break earlier that should have ended in a try. That was his responsibility. He did the work for. And it's on the same sideline. You get him on his left side of this field, he's dangerous. Stop letting this man touch the ball. He's going to take the game away from you. Chicago Blaze leaning on their 8-man. What a play.
And Eddie Smith with the extras to give the Blaze a 7-point lead as they take up 17-10 on the Eastside Banshees. As we hit the 63-minute mark, the Banshees kicking left to right in their green and blue hoops. The Blaze in their home white on home territory here for the Division II Midwest Championships. I'm here with Lance Kavanaugh, Rob Hammerschmidt on the sidelines, Mike in the truck, bringing you this great action as the Blaze just taking the lead 17-10 and now retaining possession just inside their own half.
The momentum swing has been evident. Let's see if the Banshees can slow down and reverse polarities of what's been happening in the last 5 minutes.
Blaze feeding off the momentum, working it through their back line and breaking out wide now. The Blaze on the attack once again, breaking another tackle and fending off and going the distance. It is number 11, Derek Moeller. Wow, you mentioned momentum. It has swung in the way of the Chicago Blaze on home territory. The Blaze back themselves. Here it is again. Inside their own half, putting it through the hands. Vidal Martinez out wide, and then they put it into their hands of their vice captain, Derek Moeller. He's going to do the rest. 1 speed bump, 2 fend off, and away I go, and I will dot it down out wide.
Oh,
great try. I hope I have the name right.
Oh, we're gonna know his name after this. We definitely gonna know his name after this. Don't worry, young man. We're gonna find out who you are and let you know that you are killing it.
Rob, you were there live as you saw it happen as that place erupted. What was it like down there?
The opposite sideline and to the west end of the pitch where all the Blaze fans are at, absolutely elated to see Jake Reed score 2 tries in a row. Gentlemen, I had the opportunity to coach Jake when he was a youngster in high school at the Warthogs Rugby, and he's just that kind of kid. He found rugby, and when he found something he loved, he wouldn't relinquish it. He's been a Blaze player, a constant since graduating from high school, and his development has just continued since then, and he's become an absolute stalwart at the Chicago Blaze, and you can see it on display here in Lamont, Illinois this afternoon.
Yeah, shame on me thinking it's a winger out there, but again, it's their big man, number 8, Jake Reed. I thought it was going to be a small, fast guy like Lance out there. Instead, it's the big man, Jake Reed, with his second try. I think he just put in over 120 meters on those 2 runs alone. And let's see if the Blaze can close this one out with 15 minutes to go.
120 meters and the team on his back all at the same time. Half man, half amazing.
And with the Blaze again in possession as they approach the halfway mark. This time, Eddie Smith happy to put a foot to it. Osberger gathers and looks to counter. Fends off one Blaze would-be defender. Tries to have a go, continuing, but knocks it on. Just trying to do a little too much there. Breaks one tackle, can't break another. And Blaze possession again inside Banshee territory.
Yet again, the mistakes that are keeping Eastside out of this game. They need to change this momentum, and that starts with controlling the ball, possessing the ball. You need to smother the flame that the Blaze is on right now. You need to somehow slow them down, and cooling them by keeping the ball is one of the main keys. Unfortunately, it can't retain possession. Can they stop the Blaze from getting 3 in a row in less than 10 minutes?
What do you think here? Jake Reed picking off the back of the scrum?
It has to be the answer. I mean, give him the ball.
Brandon Crotty looks to feet again. This time the scrum gets turned. No opportunity there for Jake Reed, and they play out to the back line. There's Justin Heinrichs coming in off the bench, fresh legs. And I think Bastic's going to call for a forward pass.
Hey, that's a break that the Banshees needed. That's the break that they've been looking for. Now they just need to turn. They got enough time to turn this game around. They proved that they can score themselves. They just now had to put together enough of it to get them down the field and into the try zone. They're going to have to depend on their back line more than they have for any point in this game. But now's the time for their back line to step up and make a difference. Osberger, it's go time now, brother. It's time to step up. You moved into the 10. Now it's time to control like a 10.
Still time to go, but not much time as we approach the 70-minute mark. Banshees in attack, looking to nip away at that 12-point lead. As they approach midfield, grinding over, trying to take it to ground, they do. Hendricks will dig it out, finds the big number 4, Steve Osak, looking for meters. Not much territory. Again, this big white wall of the Blaze defense holding strong. Banshees not much room to move. Osberger on the offload. Hendricks again will look to find space for this Banshee attack. Blaze content to stay on their feet. Let that clock continue to tick down. Not executed well by the Banshees as they're going backwards, but retaining possession. Looking for a way to get back into this game. Down 22-10 here in the Midwest D2 Championships at the home of the Chicago Blaze. Banshees continuing to grind away. And unfortunately can't do it, and a penalty to the Blaze. And they'll be rewarded for the defense. The Blaze will be rewarded for the defense, and it looks like they're going to have a shot at goal as we take it down to Rob Hammerschmidt on the sideline.
Thanks. Hey, you're seeing right there just how tough the defense is from the Chicago Blaze. In spite of phase after phase, they're not going to give up. They're going to continue to defend the line and force the Banshees back. Here we see the wind play a role, getting a kick into the corner. Let's see if the Blaze can do something with this and put a cherry on top of this game in the Midwest Championships for the Division II Men's Club Final.
Yeah, with 10 minutes to go here, the Blaze, another attacking opportunity stolen by the Banshees, though, as they will not quit. That's going to be a penalty, an unfortunate penalty because of the knock-on and played into the hands of his forward. Sean Bastic's going to call for a scrum here for the Blaze.
That's
Again, the
yet again
Banshees.
a tough break. Yet again
Yeah,
a
the
tough break.
Banshees
They
steal
get
the
a turnover.
lineup.
Right. They get a turnover, and finally, when they have a chance, the first pass goes to be a knock on, and not just a knock on, but a long arm penalty. Potentially could have been called a long arm penalty for the offsides. Blaze now even in a better position than before the turnover, with a chance to extend on their 12-point lead.
Let's see if they can put the nail in the coffin. Here, Karate looks to feed his scrum. He's got Caulfield to the bottom. As who else? Big number 8, Jake Reed, takes it off the base of the scrum. Karate feeds Vidal Martinez out wide to the Blaze backs, taken into contact. Banshees look to counter unsuccessfully in the Blaze inside their 22, looking to add to this 22-10 lead. A pick and go from the forwards, still on his feet, still driving towards that try line and gets there and dots down what could be the nail in the coffin. I think it's number 4, Will McNamara. We'll have to get a number check on that, but a big pick and jam. Defense not in place, not willing to tackle the big fella, and a 22-10 lead for the Blaze. Let's see it again. Again, Crotty feeds his big forward who gets that Banshee defense going backwards. And then again, I think it's big Will McNamara who just sees some space, picks it up, drives, continues to get those big legs, big body going forward, and leans over, dots it down for the try, and to extend that lead for the Blaze. And I think that could do it for the home side here in the D2 Championships.
That's a great call. That's the end of it. That's it right there. All 4 items on Chicago Blaze side. 3 guys, 3 different players had a shot to make that tackle. Nobody can bring that man down. And with a will and determination, he has now extended his team's lead even further to 17 points with a conversion to come. This game could potentially get out of hand from being a very close, highly contested game in the first half.
Eddie Smith can't add the extras, but the Blaze now seem to have the game in hand with just 10 minutes to go here. Let's see if the Banshees can inch, fight, crawl their way back. It's going to be an uphill battle here. Did not. And the Banshees will look to get things started back right away. Again, now find themselves 17 points down. Just under 10 minutes to go in this Midwest D2 Championship Final. Blaze content to slow it down. Eddie Smith will be happy to put a boot to it and put it deep into Banshee territory and let them crawl their way out. It's who else but Osberger looking to make things happen for the Banshees. That's McVetti who feeds it back inside to Mayland. Again, the Banshees trying to do anything to break through the Blaze wall.
Defense of Chicago Blaze is unrelenting. They're not slowing down, and they haven't took a step back this entire game, forcing turnovers.
And now the Banshees trying to force an offload and a turnover for the Blaze. And they find themselves in possession, and they'll be happy to slow it down and take the scrum. Blaze ball as that clock continues to tick into the 73-minute mark. Time on their side, slowing things down, happy to get the scrum, happy to let the crowd build up. Lance, what do you think here as they're trying to finish out this game?
I think that they should put it on cruise control, contain the ball, possess the ball. Don't make any mistakes or do anything that's too risky. If the Banshees want to score, make them drive the entire length of the field multiple times. And make sure that your defensive intensity doesn't lapse from now until the end of the game.
Here's Eddie Smith now looking to have a little go himself. Crosses midfield for the Blaze. Crotty will take it out and again look to slow things down. The Blaze again content to go through the phases. Just over 5 minutes. Vanetti will put a foot to it and take the territory. Osberger back to field it. Is going to try and make something happen. Kick forward from the Banshees again, just trying to find anything. And Bastic's gonna call it back on a forward pass, and it's gonna be Blaze possession. Just over 5 minutes to go here. Lance, you were part of Davenport University. I believe you were part of some national championship teams.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to play with some good players back in my day.
So what's this feeling got to be like here as the Blaze on home territory? After a long season of hard work, all their hard work's going to be put together here, and it looks like they're going to walk away with the championship. What's that feeling like after you're able to put it all together?
Well, a bit of relief to know that you can put your mind to something, work together with people you care about, and achieve a goal. But this isn't the ultimate goal. This is one step towards what they really want, is a national championship at the end of May. So I believe this is a good step in that direction. I think this is part of fighting for even more. And look at them go.
As we get into storytelling, the Blaze are able to cap off a great passage of play. Total team try, putting it out wide. We're going to get a good chance to see it again here live.
And somebody touched earth. I just want you to know, someone got juked to the ground in the middle of that. That shows the level of skill.
It's Alex Vanetti here making things happen. He goes through one defender. Puts a guy on his feet just with a little juke in and out. Pat Caulfield unselfishly sees his reserve out wide and goes ahead and gives it to the big fella, Matt Borchard. Finishes it off. Well-deserved try. And again, just another nail in the coffin for the Blaze. With as you mentioned it, Lance, a sweet little in and out juke puts a defender on the ground.
He's just floating out there. He's just having fun. Why not? You know what I mean? The game is at hand. No need to do anything extra. They look like they just played a regular set piece play, nothing too extravagant. They played what they already had in the playbook. Simple enough. Walk in for a try. Extend your lead. Goodness gracious.
Unable to hit the extras, but it's now out of reach as we approach the final whistle here in Lamont. The Chicago Blaze on home territory with a 32-10 lead over the visiting Eastside Banshees from Minneapolis. Sam Osberger looking to get us started back underway here, and we'll take it back down to Rob Hammerschmidt.
Thank you very much. Hey, I think what you saw there, gentlemen, is the finishers coming on and doing some work and making it look pretty. You got guys like Eric Ott and Jim Moscato, and you saw Matt Borkart and his connection with Judson Hendricks. Those guys are the finishers, and they certainly did the job to finish the try and put the cherry on top of this pie, cake, ice cream, whatever you want, here this afternoon at the Chicago Blaze Rugby Club.
Yeah, they'll be happy, that 1 through 23 able to get it done here for the Chicago Blaze, given their home fans, probably what they want to see here as they approach the Midwest Championship with just minutes left here. But the Banshees not willing to go down easy as they approach their own 22-meter line. Joe Feldmeyer calling for his forward pack to get in, and a break inside the 22 for the Banshees. Feldmeyer digs it out. Not executed cleanly from the Banshees, and another knock on, and we'll have Blaze possession. Kind of the story of the day here, Lance.
It definitely is. Banshees showing that they got some fight in them, able to get some meters, able to do something to get ahead, but at the very end, when they needed it the most, simple mistake turns the ball over and gets Blaze out of a bad opportunity that they were in. So not having a lot of possession has hurt the Banshees throughout this game as well. They spent the first half on defense, and now it just seems like they're playing defense more and more. So, but good fight by the Banshees. They definitely haven't gave up yet.
Yeah, they just never have been able to get into a rhythm, and the Blaze have been able to capitalize on almost everything that's gone their way. And here's again Alex Vanetti, seasoned veteran, looking to close this one out for the Blaze. As Rob mentioned, their finishers now on, not willing just to concede and take it to the 80-minute mark, still pushing forward, still looking to battle. The arm comes out for Bastic, playing advantage now for the Blaze. Eddie Smith happy to kick it away, put the Banshees deep in their own territory, make them go the hard yards, the long distances. The Blaze defense holding strong, not allowing much out of the Banshees, just 10 points here in the first half, nothing in the second. Going to be very happy with their team effort as they look to close this one out.
Yeah, this game is a far cry from its 10-10 halftime moments. I thought that was a good sign that this game was going to change. The Banshees were finding more possession, but this Blaze team just came out of the second half gates and they came ready to play. They made their adjustments, and now they're playing so fast now that it's just destroying everyone on the field. It's just seeing bodies everywhere.
Yeah, and a big second half out of number 8, Jake Reed, right? I think he had, 120 meters and 2 runs, 2 long tries, which really broke this thing open here for the Blaze. As we go over the 80-minute mark, Banshees trying to make anything happen. Caulfield fields it. Crotty takes it. Benetti now looks to kick to touch to potentially end it. Can't find it, and the Banshees will get one last crack as they look into build into Blaze territory. A knock on now back to the Blaze. We'll see if they want to continue to play or just put this one out. Another kick, not finding touch, and will roll there, and the Blaze can claim themselves Midwest D2 champions on home soil as their bench erupts and joins them. Congratulations, Chicago Blaze, 32-10 over the Eastside Banshees.
Well-deserved win. Well played game by both teams. Great a bit of entertainment, great bit of rugby for us to watch. Congratulations to the Division II Midwestern champion Chicago Blaze. Way to build on the legacy.
Down to Rob Hammerschmidt on the sidelines as the Blaze celebrate their D2 championship.
Yeah, well, you can see the tunnel behind us that are being created by the Blaze alumni and all the Blaze fans. They're absolutely elated to win this game on their home turf in front of the home crowd, and they're certainly excited. I think you're going to see a lot of fun and merriment be had by all the Blaze fans and players this evening in the Sin Bin at the Chicago Blaze Rugby Club.
Yes, congratulations to the entire Blaze organization. 1 for the team for winning the D2 championship. 2 to the Blaze organization for putting on the D2 championships. Great grounds, great clubhouse. I'm sure they're all going to go inside and enjoy a cold one. On behalf of my man Lance Kavanaugh, Mike in the truck, Ryan Ginty, and Next Level Sports, I am David Feet bringing you from Lamont and a Blaze championship in the D2 level, 32-10 over the Eastside Banshees. We'll close out with the D2 replays, highlights of the game as we look towards our next match.
Mike, can you hear me? Mike, can you hear me? There's going to be a delay of about 30 minutes for the next game because the St. Louis Bombers arrived about 15 minutes ago. Okay? You get that? Okay, beautiful. I'm gonna log out for a minute, shoot you a text, maybe 10 minutes before we go, okay? I gotta charge up my iPad.
colour. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to Next Level Rugby's coverage of the Midwest Championship B1 Men's Final. Thomas Grant with the call alongside Lance, the colour commentator. The St. Louis Bombers up against the Chicago Griffins. This one promises to be an exciting matchup today. Lance, what are your thoughts?
I'm just excited for a great game of rugby. Chicago Griffins have been handling business all season. They've been one of my top teams in the Midwest and in America, and now they get the title for the Midwest if they can handle business against a strong St. Louis team.
And we are underway as St. Louis go for the box kick, and it is a little bit messy, but it's taken into contact by Damas. St. Louis are just happy to spread it wide early on as they set some phases through the midfield. Here goes a break by the 13, Conlon, with some lovely turn of pace. It's broken into contact, and the Griffins are happy to set it in through the pods, and they do just that through O'Neill. There goes Shoop.
Oh.
But we will come back for a no advantage call. The referee spotted a knock on, and we will bring in Lance again. Lance, what sort of intel can you tell me on these two teams?
One thing I know is for the first 6 games of the season, the Griffins have been the tops of the Midwest. They've pretty much been setting the standard. Historically, these two teams have a very, very strong rivalry. These two and the Chicago Lions have always been vying to be the best team in the Midwest. Add in Metro, but now you have these two who both have this long-standing history and really are trying to prove who's going to elevate to the next step, especially with Chicago getting a new MLR team. A lot of these guys are trying to put their hands up. So it's going to be great to see what the Griffins can do, and also St. Louis as well.
Who will reign supreme in the Midwest? It is all on today. The championship final. The Chicago Griffins will have to put into the scrum round about the halfway metre mark, attacking towards the Bombers' try line. It will be Shoop to feed the scrum, and it's messy, and the referee spotted a penalty early on. Front row collapsing, pulling down is the decision, and that is a good early scrum penalty there to the Griffins. Shoop will go for touch, and he does a pretty handy job of it, finding it just past the 10 metres, around about 40 odd, 35 rather, out from the Bombers' try line. The hooker for the Griffins, Asbull, is ready to have a look at our first set piece opportunity for today, and it's taken in cleanly by Matarazzo. Shoop finds his carry in the form of Strum. Bit of messy ball, but it's cleaned up in turn there by Penrod. Here goes Damas, head down, strong carry, and an advantage here by the referee, and he spotted it. Offside is the call.
One of the things we definitely have to pay attention to is how organized the Chicago Griffins set piece attack is. Just looking off of what we just seen off of that line out, 2 phases well orchestrated, already taken care of at the practice grounds. Execution failed them towards the end, but I believe we're going to see a lot of that for the rest of the game, where these guys are going to have things already laid out and prepared. Let's see how St. Louis can actually stand up to it.
Well, Chicago, we're not going to get to have a look at their set piece on that occasion because they have forced the ball dead, kicking for touch. So the Bombers have the opportunity here to exit from inside their own 22. The scrum half, Richard Felton, out of Port Elizabeth, South Africa. Feed the ball into the scrum. Here he goes now, it's Felton. Messy ball gets it off to O'Sullivan, who opts to go for the aerial option and throws up the bomb, and it's hasn't quite got the distance that he wanted, but he has put it into touch just beyond the halfway metre line, and the Griffins will get another opportunity here to have a look at set piece. Conditions on ground look pretty good. A little bit of wind in the air. Do you think that'll affect the gameplay today, Lance?
Well, for the first two games, it had a drastic effect on how the game went. It was cold, just above freezing. The wind flip in the 3-2 championship game really changed the tide. Once the wind was in the favor of the more kicking team, it basically became a runaway game. So I expect that it will have a effect, but with these teams on this level, that can never be a reason. It's just what you got to deal with.
Correct, and the Griffins are doing some very nice interplay here as they get to the outside and find the hands of Crabtree, but the pass was called forward and the St. Louis Bombers were packed down for a scrum. Hopefully we can bring you some audio of the game here and we can hear a bit of the vocals of these two packs and how they're going at it. As Richard Felton gets ready to set the ball into the scrum again. He's a project manager in his occupation time. Now he's got the ball in hand now, ready to facilitate the game of rugby and feeds it in. And it's a pretty strong scrum by the Griffins and it's taken at the back here by the number 8, Chris Stroman, and they move the ball wide. Here's a bit of space to burn for the Bombers. The overlap, they're clean through. Sullivan, the 10, spots the cat flap and he gets it away. Good ball movement here by the Bombers, putting the Griffins under some early pressure. Here goes Desmond, the winger, off his own line. Off to Blake Knight, the prop who drives his leg hard. Just happy to recycle phases here. Other Bombers, and there's some space on the outside if they can get it there, but they do well to keep it in play. Here goes Jalola. Just setting phases here. Other Bombers trying to apply some early pressure, and that's a strong carry there by Brandon Chalker. Off to Lieber. His hands all over it from the Griffins. Got to be careful here of a penalty, and they do concede. Good interplay there from St. Louis, Lance. Good promising signs early on.
They really know how to bring the noise. I mean, just off the line break that got them to the spot that they're at now. Offloads, one-handed catches, the whole assortment of play and skills. And luckily, they were able to retain possession when the ball did hit the ground, and now they find themselves with the opportunity to get an early lead in this game.
Well, points in finals are so critical, and the Bombers will take the opportunity to get first points on the board in this one. It will be George O'Sullivan, the fly half, to line up out of Adelaide, Australia. A sprinkling of international flavour in this Bombers side. Here comes the strike and the flags go up. The St. Louis Bombers are on the board early in this encounter. 3 points to 0 in the Midwest Division 1 Championship final. Both teams just trading blows early on, getting a feel for how they're going to play out this grand final fixture. It will be Strum to restart play for the Griffins. He hangs it relatively deep, going near the 22, and it's taken in nicely there by Leopold. Strong carry here. Lovely tip ball there onto Chalker. He finds himself in a lovely seam. Felton puts it up high and it's taken nicely at the back there by Corey. Bombers opting to find touch inside their 22 and they do a very nice job of exiting there just beyond the halfway metre mark. The Bombers doing pretty well here, Lance, at covering what the Griffins have to offer early on.
Yeah, just in that little situation, I was thinking it was going to be a 50-22, just the angle of the kick. But The Bombers have people in place, calm, cool, collected, return fire, and now defensively they can set up. And they are one of the best defensive teams in the Midwest, without question. That needs to be displayed. So I think they're going to depend on their defense. It got them where they're at today. I think they're going to be able to stand strong for a lot of time in this game.
Here go the Griffins. Abel gets it into the line out, feeds it off to Damas. Looking for a strong carry here through the 8. Bagley. Shoop to Strum. Bit of a messy play, but Shoop's got it back in his hands and has to go again. But an obstruction was called, and rightfully so. Just a little bit of confusion there on the right side touchline.
Definitely on that play that it just ran. A lot of Griffins players were in the mix, were in the middle, and St. Louis guys stepped into those passing lanes and just forced the scrum half to hold on just a little bit longer than he wanted to, and that ended up being a turnover. That's great defensive awareness by St. Louis, and they're being rewarded by a line out just outside the 22.
The Bombers looking to strike again early on in this fixture. Jeremy Lieber, also out of Perth Adelaide, the hooker with the red headgear, gets ready to set it into the line out. It's taken in there by Brandon Chalker again, and he brings it to ground, and they set for the maul. Nice tight driving forward. The Bombers edging towards the try line here as they keep it nice and congested. Jeremy Lieber with the ball, he breaks off, he's met in the tackle. Felton off to O'Sullivan, backdoor play out to the 13 Conlon, who finds it wide to Jabri Leopold in a bit of space. Felton finds the forward runner, met heavily in contact as Spannenberg. That is some collision there as well. I don't know what's of it.
Oh, that's dangerous play. That's something we do not want to see. Man, that has to be a card. Referee check the pocket.
I think we could definitely be seeing our first card of the game here. There was no intention to wrap there at all. Resulted in a pretty sore body on the ground, and the referee's happy just to have a chat. So one of the commentators, no, the referee obviously has the decision there. Not wrapping is the call, so the Bombers are going to look to go for points again. Looking to just continue to apply some early scoreboard pressure to this Griffins side. Lance, any players to watch out for in today's fixture?
Well, historically, St. Louis teams have been littered with Lindenwood players. There's a few there on the bench, a few sprinkled into the starting lineup. Also for the Griffins, there's a veteran who's been around with this team for at least now 10 plus years. He finds himself on the bench for the team. He's one of the vice captains, Cooney, and it's good to see that it's guys that who can hold that legacy up for so long. So those are a few of the people. Lindenwood players sprinkled on St. Louis team, and of course the veterans who've been holding it down for the Griffins for the last decade or so.
Yeah, the Bombers, they are up now 6 points to 0. Richard Felton, the scrum half, adding the extra 3 points to the tally, and 6 points to 0. And the Griffins restart play through for the deep kick, and it's taken in here by Marcus Spengenberg. Again, going for the box kick option. Felton, he hangs it nicely, but lovely by Crawley. It's a wobbly old pass, and the Bombers come up with it again. Conlon, Felton rather, goes for the box kick again, and it's been touched forward there by the Griffins and spotted ably so by the referee. This box kick tactic's very, very good so far, Lance, for the Bombers.
Yeah, I think it's a swirling wind that's happened. There's a lot of confusion in the air on that second kick. First kick taken care of very well, giving it ball out into space, but just an unruly pass gets intercepted. And St. Louis going for the rebox kick, going for another kick, and causing confusion, getting a knock on. And now they have a platform set to maybe go up for a try instead of just penalty kicks.
What will we see here from the Bombers? A fantastic opportunity from set piece. As the scrums. With a free kick in. Felton goes quickly, finds his fly half in the midfield to Conlon. The wide pass out to Jobri Leopard, who collected very messily, but managed just to get it in the end. Here's Felton. Finds his big lock. Jalula. Ball has up on the side of the Griffins. I'm not sure how, and the players decide to play a little bit of soccer. And the Bombers will get the feedback into the scrum.
There's actually a bit there in that scrum that made me impressed with Felton. He knew that the free kick was coming. He was looking at the ref like, this is clearly a free kick infraction, looking for the ref. He was there before the ref even gave the award for the free kick, so spot on for him. You know, the scrum halves always know what the rules are and how to play on those fringes, and he's definitely on his way with it.
Exactly right. The scrum halves know the law book to bottom. Felton certainly looks like one of those. Another opportunity here from set piece for St. Louis. So the scrum by the Griffins getting a good shot. Here goes Felton off to O'Sullivan. Wide pass out to Eric Davidson, and they find a bit of space through Conlon, who gets brought into the tackle. Here goes Spangenberg, the man out of Perth, Australia. Off to Jalola, getting himself into play very early on with some lovely carries. O'Sullivan goes Leopard, but he's here he goes, Leopard. Lovely hands. Just brought down on the 22. The Griffins have done a great job managing to turn this over. To exit here. A bit of messy players. Shoot. Finds his forward runner in the form of Penrod. Looking to exit here are the Griffins. Through the boot. And Shoot. Goes high. It's taken in there by Chalker, who decides to find touch as well. Not often you see that from your number 6.
We love to see the flankers expanding on their skills. We love to see the forwards with effective kicking. Any skills the forwards can develop, we love to see them. Lucky for him, or unluckily for the Griffins, that ball was knocked on. His kick was knocked on, so now St. Louis have another opportunity to go for a try instead of penalty kicks.
It is always good to see the forward with all the skills. There's a scrum down here. To the Bombers as they put the ball into the scrum. It's fed out here by Felton. Finds O'Sullivan, backdoor play. And some lovely footwork by the winger out of his line, Jack Desmond. Here goes Felton again. Bustling it up through their middle with their big ball carriers. Seems to be the plan, and the Griffins have turned this over. Shoot, spots some space and puts the touch finder through. It's collected here by Leopold. Again, he's done some work early on. The Bombers. It's deep and high again, but the Griffins are there to defuse. Shoot. Finds Matarazzo. There's space here down the blind if they can find it here. It's a messy old bounce, but the Griffins have found some open pasture. Down the left side is the fullback Corley to the boot. Who's got the fast feet to get there? Chasing back on it. The Griffins applying some real pressure.
I appreciate you.
What a decision to kick the ball ahead. That's a great decision to kick the ball ahead. Great take on the full. Great move to find the space and to kick ahead.
just as you were talking there, Lance, we've had a quick tap and a try. They caught us napping. They decided to go straight for it, the Griffins, and they've got over the line. I'm not sure who's come up with it as we get a zoom in there on our player. I believe it was potentially the prop Ryan.
Let's go, Tim.
So have a look at the replay here. The referee obviously gave the penalty, and Johnny on the spot was the Griffins, and I think it was number 3, Ryan, who just said, that's my goal line, and he went straight for it and bustled over. Good heads-up play there, Lance.
Very much so. You don't see many props taking initiative, going for the quick tap in the 5, but he made the decision for himself, backed himself, and gave his team 5 points. That's a great try.
And it will be Nick Adam to line up for the conversion kick here. He strikes it pretty cleanly, but the radar just not working on that occasion. 6 points to 5. The St. Louis Bombers are up in this D1 Championship fixture. 21 minutes gone. Nice and tight early encounter.
The pacing of this game has been tremendous. I mean, 6 points to 5. We've been blessed with a lot of flashes of good rugby. Mistakes are being capitalized on, which is good to see. Good teams capitalize on their opponents' mistakes. So I'm really excited for the next 20 minutes of this half.
Certainly plenty more good rugby to be played, and the Griffins look to work it back out of their own 22, and we do have a man sideline as well who is bringing us all the action from today's game. It is time now to hand over to our sideline reporter in the form of Rob. How are you, mate?
I'm very well. Thank you, gents, for having me on sideline. Just want to recap there. We heard just before the kick, Captain Chris Schoeman from the St. Louis Bombers talked to official Josh Houston about his interpretation at that ruck. And Josh was pretty consistent when I spoke with him before the match that he wanted to see quick ball come out of the ruck. He wanted to see a fair contest, but he wasn't going to let guys put hands in, then bring the hands back and put them back in again. That it had to be in, pull the ball. He can't make it. He's going to call that a ruck and let the offensive team play on.
That's the words there from Rob Hammerschmidt, our sideline man on the job today, and that is a good scrum there by the Bombers, and they get the penalty in front. That is a good scrum win there for St. Louis, Lance.
The opportunity for more penalty points is right here. You got to take them. Championship game, you take what the other team is going to give you. They want to commit penalties inside the 22. Your scrum is strong enough and your scrum handle business to force that penalty, take these points. Opportunity to go up 9-5 over the Griffins is a great place to be at any point in the game.
They will do just that, and Richard Felton will line up for the penalty, and good job so far. This will put him 3 from 3. His point tally today. Let's see how he shapes this one up and strikes it pretty cleanly. Do the flags go up? We do. 9 points to 5. The St. Louis Bombers over the Chicago Griffins. Around about 24 minutes gone in this D1 Championship fixture.
Got to play mistake-free rugby to win championship games. Chicago Griffins know that historically. They seem to be falling by the wayside from that idea and thought. St. Louis is a very strong defensive team. You do not allow them to get ahead on easy money points like penalty kicks, dead center. So let's see if Chicago can fix their mistakes and not give away these cheap whistles.
As we see Kedem ready to restart play Seems to be a little bit of a conference call with the referee and a few of the Griffins players around about the halfway mark. I'm sure we can get some insight from Rob Hammerschmidt on that one when it comes to it, as the Griffins restart play through McAdam.
Yeah.
So taking down. We see the Griffins just looking to motor it forward through Asbel.
With such a close game, St. Louis up 9-5 versus the Griffins. We're starting to see these little bit of momentum pockets. This is what championship rugby is all about. Midwestern champions going on to take on the rest of the world, rest of the United States for the title, a national championship. It's good to see these teams be able to handle these moments, and hopefully they can minimize the mistakes, because the Griffins have a great opportunity right now.
It is all on the line today, and the Griffins set the scrum pretty nicely. Just motor. And he gets it off to Strum. Little flat ball off to his midfield, and wearing number 12, Peterson. He goes Shoop again, backdoor play. A little bit of space if they can move it. We've got Rob Hammerschmidt sideline to bring us all the action.
Yeah, thanks again, gents. Again, speaking with Josh Shaw Houston before the match, he talked about the breakdown, which you saw in that last call, but he also talked quite a bit about how he was going to interpret the scrum. And what he told me is he wanted a fair, straight shove. Once a team established a dominant shove, then, any team that brought that down, turned an arm down or collapsed it, would be penalized. So he was pretty clear with both captains before the match how he would call this game at the breakdown and at that particular part of the set piece.
We'll see some great insight there from Rob Hammerschmidt's sideline for this one. And the Griffin, fantastic opportunity to strike back. And the Bombers penalty kick as they set in for the line out. It's taken in by Damas. It's set up very nicely. It's at the back here with the hooker Asbel charging forward to the line are the Griffins. And they are over. But the referee says not over the chalk to put the ball down. Looks like we have a penalty as well for a little bit of push and shove off the ball. Certainly a lot of intensity, a lot of fire in this one, Lance.
I mean, when it's for all the marbles, you got to play with a certain level of passion for sure, especially when the Griffins knew that they were going to be in. They had to perfectly set up maul, well-driven, a lot of cohesion from the forwards, but still couldn't get the points. And frustration boiled over as number 2, the hooker, stood up. And he had something to say about someone who was grabbing on him in the mall. And now it's St. Louis kicking away.
St. Louis make the critical mistake of not finding touch and just gift it straight back to the Griffins. It's in the form of McAdam here down the outside, a bit of space. Some lovely free open play there from the Griffins. And the Bombers again just guilty of ill discipline and coughing up the ball again. And they'll be pretty happy, the Griffins, to go back to the line out, which looked pretty nice for them on that last drive, Lance.
They have to go back to the maul. It seems to work. Seems like they have everyone tightly bound and ready to drive. If it works once, try it again, see if it works again. But I think St. Louis need to come up with a plan ASAP. You can't keep relying on holding the ball up on the back of mauls. It's not an everyday occurrence.
Griffins throw it into the line out. They find their target in the form of Damas. Again, set up pretty nicely. Just etching meters forward. They could be on for money here. But the Bombers counter-attack and they do a good job. So I think it's still in with the Griffins. It is indeed, and they're going to look to keep it nice and tight. They get it off to Strum. Bit of interplay, and it's been lost forward on the line. Fantastic desperation there from the Bombers. It looked like McAdam was in for all money, but the Bombers just diffusing it, really, weren't they?
Diffusing the bomb for sure. The St. Louis did a great job holding up the last maul. This time their forward stood tall, ran the maul to his end, and then their back line gets the ball turnover, knocks the ball loose. But can they clear their lines?
The Bombers. Look to exit inside their own 5-metre line. It's time now to check in again with Rob Hammerschmidt sideline. Rob, that was a lovely piece of defence there to defuse that.
Give me a cue.
As we find Rob
once again on the sidelines here. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you very much. One thing to take note of here, I talked with Drew Soniula, the head coach of the Griffins, and what he told me are two things. Not surprising, territory and possession, but clearly you can see their desire to keep the ball in their own hands, a lot of forward drives, a lot of forward movement. When they see space, get the ball out wide to the backs. On the Bomber side, Coach Peters said, you know, they're just going to play their game. So he's kind of keeping his cards close to his vest. But, you know, it's going to be tough for the Bombers to defend this end of the field for any length of time.
Good insight there, sideline from Rob Hammerschmidt, and shoot. He's doing a good job here of distributing the ball quickly. Finds Asball again, the hooker, carrying it into contact with some real fierce. Goes Shoop. Again, a little bit of confusion, but taken into contact through Damas. Shoop again. Off to O'Neill, the man wearing the headgear today. Lovely quick hands there on the right side. Not really making any meters on the St. Louis Bombers defense, which is operating pretty nicely at the moment. Here goes Olween. Shoot. Finds Strum. Show and go. Looks to have been some high contact there, and the referee has spotted it. Playing quickly here as McAdam goes himself, goes for the basketball over the top pass. It's been deflected and falls back in the hands of Corley, the fullback. There goes the Griffins, spotting a little bit of space through Matraz. Just working it up a lot more nicely now. This defense, Lance, for the Bombers is operating pretty nicely so far.
I mean, they have been the best defense in the Midwest and one of the top defenses in the entirety of the United States. In 8 games this year, they've only given up a total of 80 points. That means 10 points a game defensively is what they give up, which means that teams have to actually pull some of their better performances to get past a 2-try advantage for themselves. So I expect that as this game settles in, maybe the Griffins can kind of go back to their national semifinals form. But as of right now, the St. Louis Bomber defense has proven they are who they've been all season.
They certainly are. As we have about 6 minutes to play in this first half. It is the Bombers ahead on this one, 9 points to 5, and that is a lovely touch finder there by Strum. They will no doubt look to keep this one in close quarter drive again, which has been pretty effective for them so far, but the Bombers are doing just as opposite at defending what's thrown at them. There you go, the Griffin did it to the back this time. It's a lovely trick play. Damas almost goes through the gap, but he's taken down nicely Strum gets it off to Olween, the big number one, going close to the line. Strum gets the try. What a lovely, it was Shoop off to Strum. Show and go and just sprinkled on through the gap. The Griffins have taken the lead on this one. We'll have a look at the replay here with Lance.
From the line out, drop down to the fours, crash line, perfectly designed play to make space for one of their stronger forward runners, but unable to get in, they decided to bank on each other, forward pod after forward pod, broke up the St. Louis defense. By the time it found itself out to the fly half, he had all the space he needed with attackers on their feet, pressing up on the line. He was able to show and go and get through, try for the Chicago Griffins.
Well, it was all a bit too easy in the end for Strum. He went over relatively untouched after the Bombers were doing so well to keep out this Griffins onslaught of attack. There goes the conversion, and it looks to have drifted to the left. So we have 12 points to 9 now. 12 points to 9. The Griffins take the lead in this D1 Men's Championship final for the Midwest. It's been a tough here at the Chicago Blaze Rugby Club in Lamont. And it's underway again with a deep, long restart. Taken in, it looks to have been held up, and we could have seen some lovely defensive work here from the Bombers. They might get the ball right back of this kickoff. It is time now to head back down sideline with Rob. Lovely try there by the Griffins, Rob, after some fantastic defense from the Bombers.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of interesting. You're seeing a great clash between two very good sides. We have a heavily influenced Bomber side from the Lindenwood Lions. We also have quite a few guys on the other side with the Griffins that are connected to MLR sides. You know, you mentioned Alwayne, Aspel, many others. And I actually had none other than Nola Gold's Andrew Guerra on the sideline here, taking in the action, a Chicago boy himself, enjoying some good old-fashioned Chicago I-55 rugby.
It's good to see as we near on another MLR season. Of course, Chicago in the league next year. We see some of these players featuring for that team as Shoop gets the ball out. That looks to have been a clear offside spotted by the referee, or nonetheless a scrum penalty that was collapsed by the Bombers. So they get another penalty here. And just over 2 minutes to play, Lance. The Bombers need to be careful not to concede again before halftime.
Definitely. I mean, their offense hasn't been non-existent. Chicago has definitely held on to most of the ball possession. Outside of a handful of penalties, the Bombers haven't had many good opportunities to get tries on the board, or not enough to really give themselves a platform to be able to build off of in the second half. They have to hold defensively, so maybe they can get their ducks in a row, so at the beginning of the second half, they'll be more prepared for what Chicago's doing.
Most definitely. It was all the Bombers early on in this one, but the Griffins, they burst straight back into the game and set the line out again through Damas, who taps it back down to Shoop. Finds the strong carry in the form of Penrod, the blindside flanker. Inside ball to Strum, who shows and goes again. Bit of a copycat of what he did before to score the try. Shoop. Lovely tip into play there between O'Neill and Damas. Shoop again. Just a little bit lateral running there, heavily in contact by the Bombers. It's pretty messy at the breakdown there as we see the referee award a penalty to the Bombers, and just what they needed at that point of time as well.
Any moment to stop the bleeding, any moment to get the ball back, slow down some of the Chicago Griffins' momentum is a good day and a good moment for the St. Louis. But can they get the ball out of bounds and set up something for themselves?
they can't do that at all, and it's been brought down here by Hayne, the captain for the Griffins, on the right side today. We'll go back to where they started in the form of Shoop. Gets it off to O'Neill, the big lock carrying Strong. Here goes Strum, the try scorer. Back off to Matarazzo. Goes Strum. Finds his inside midfielder in the form of Peterson. Get old wing. Shoot. Go for the wide play here to Crabtree. Fortunately, just can't quite control the ball, and it's been lost forward and handed back to the Bombers. So another opportunity as we are on the eve of half time. We're into referees' time here. 9 points to 12 in favour of the Chicago Griffins. And Lance, you can tell us a little bit about what happens next to the winner of this game.
Well, there's obviously a long break. Both of these teams are going into the winter season. During that break, they'll prepare and let these teams that are down here in the South and are down in Texas and California to play their season. And all of that funnels until they will meet up against some of the best teams in the Northeast to decide who continues on to go play for a national championship.
Great insight there from Lance. My man in the booth today giving me all the knowledge needed. As the scrum half. It's the free kick option, and they're going to tap and go quickly here for Showman. Here go the Bombers. One last try in this first half would be great for them. Get some points on the board, continue to build pressure as Mean, the fullback, takes it into contact, but he does so highly. And the Griffins look to have held this ball up, and they do so very well. Coughing possession back. And before we head to the halftime buzzer, it's time now to hand back down to Rob. What's the feeling down their side, Rob?
Yeah, it's funny you ask. I was just noticing there is quite a few fans from the Chicago Griffins here. You know, it isn't quite as big of a crowd watching this game as it was with the Blaze, of course, because it's on the Blaze home turf. But there are a lot of Griffins fans over in the far sideline cheering the Griffins on. And I think it's making a difference for them playing what essentially is a home match as compared to the St. Louis Bombers, who had to travel quite a ways. And it's worth mentioning that the Bombers had a bit of trouble getting out of St. Louis, which delayed them getting here and warming up. So, you know, that might have played a little bit of a factor early on.
Good insight there from Rob Hammerschmidt sideline, and the Griffins have got themselves a penalty. Looking to stamp their mark on this first 40 minutes one more time. And Shoop, half, who's organised his troops pretty well today so far in this first 40, will look to find touch. Deep. It's relatively shallow, rather, and it's just past the 10-metre mark inside the Bombers' half. What would you like to execute here from set piece once?
I need them to get back to what they've been doing. If the maul works, stick with it. They just did a hit up off of the top of the line out, so either one of those seems to be effective if they want to draw people in and make things work. But the maul has always been there for them. It seems like they bank on it a lot.
Well, they go for the off-the-top option this time as Peterson took it into contact. Looking for his runners is Shoot, and it's find Penrod, who's bursting onto the ball and drives his legs hard. Got to be careful not to concede here, the Bombers, and they do indeed. Not what they needed with time winding down in this first half. And Shoot will look to send it into touch again, and as Lance said, a mock for them so far, so they'll look for that round about bang They're on 5 metres out from the Bombers' try line. Can we see the Griffins extend their lead?
Great chance, great opportunity leading into the half. And bit note, in fact, being told about the travel situation for St. Louis, this can explain why they might not have been so active in the early on the game. Try to get as many points as you can before they set their mind into what's going on, because the St. Louis team is roaring and ready to go this year.
Here go the Griffins. They've set this maul pretty nice, but the are just meeting it with equal defence, but they continue to move forward. The Griffins close to the line. Just inches short of the chalk as you see the ball there at the back, looking to keep it close in contact. Here go the Griffins. It's Ween. The line. A couple more carries will do it for the Griffins if they can keep it in, but the Bombers just hanging on. Here goes Ryan, the man wearing number 3 today. Shoot. It's a lovely interplay in the midfield. Here goes McAdam, and he scored the try. The Griffins, on the stroke of half-time, extending their lead. 17 points to 9. Not what the Bombers needed there, Lance.
Definitely not at all. These forwards are putting their force on this game. These Griffin forwards are, look at all of the St. Louis defenders around the ball, stuck on one side of the ruck. Once Chicago Griffins decided they wanted to go out wide, there was no one to cover that space appropriately. One pass, leg drive in a stretch, and St. Louis gives up a try at the brink of half. Chicago Griffins add to their lead with a conversion to come.
Well,
I come in from the sideline, Mike.
That is half-time, and we will find Rob one more time for your observations and thoughts on that first 40 minutes. 19 points.
I think you're seeing a physicality difference between the Griffins and the Bombers. Not taking anything away from the Bombers, but that is one big forward pack that the Griffins are putting forward. And it's reflected in what they try to do there at the end. Notice, rather than taking the points, ticking over the scoreboard, they back their forwards, they back themselves in the maul, and figure that they can put one over the line. And while the forwards didn't do the hard meters to actually score the try, they set it up, and they got it out to the backs and ultimately put the points on the board for 5. So it'll be interesting to see what the second half brings and what kind of decision-making was made by the Griffins as they continue to control and command this match at the Midwest D1 semifinal.
Well, around the corner, it is time now to take a break. The Griffins up 19 points to 9. Division 1 Championship final action coming back at you very soon.
Where did everybody go? Tap time. Game's over? All right. Into the bar. What's the score, you know? 19-9? Go, Jackie.
Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen, to the second half of this Midwest Division 1 Championship final. It is the St. Louis Bombers up against the Chicago Griffins. The Griffins taking the lead into halftime, 19 points to 9, and a pretty tense encounter. The Griffins just making the most of possession down inside the Bombers' half, and that maul looking to be a real weapon for them. Lance, what's your thoughts on the half, mate?
St. Louis' best chance and best opportunity is to find a way to nullify the Griffins forward pack. They have been creating space for the backs. They literally been doing everything that we say forwards are required to do to get their team ahead. And if St. Louis don't find a way to match that or go above and beyond that, they're going to have a tough night at the office.
Well, it is all to play for in this last 40 minutes. It's time now to check in with our sideline man, Rob Hammerschmidt. Rob, how's the feeling down there?
Hey, it's been a great day out today with all the D1, D2, D3, and D4, both men's and women's Midwest Club Championship. There's a great vibe inside the sin bin. I mean, I walked in there in between matches, and it was, you couldn't even move. That's how many people were packed in there enjoying themselves, enjoying a great day of rugby, and enjoying the camaraderie that we all know this great sport can bring. So it's been a wonderful day, gentlemen.
Fantastic to hear, and the day is not over yet as we have 40 more minutes to play in this one, and it is the most important for these two teams. The Bombers need to do quite a few things right to get back on this Griffins attack that's just operating really well. The combination of Shoop and Strum working fantastic just to orchestrate their back line and forward pack around the field, and we are underway. Second half action. George O'Sullivan, the fly half for the Bombers, gets us straight back into action as they look to carry in through Marcus Spangenberg. Here goes Ao Ajolala. O'Sullivan back will play out to Davidson, who decides to go himself, and careful not to get isolated and just to keep himself in contact. Here goes Jeremy Lever, one of the shining lights, I'd say, for the Bombers in that first half. Felton gets it off to Conlon. Lever again. This Griffins defence really flat and fast at the Bombers attack. Here goes a backdoor play out the back. It's been shown and gone by Chris Showman, the number 8. And they've managed to somehow keep the ball in play with some handling. Here goes Ajola again. Felton, wide pass out to Sullivan, who gets it off to Liam Smith. It's a messy ball, and Felton's pleading to the referee, why can't I have it now? O'Sullivan shows and goes, met strongly in contact by Bagley of the Griffins. Lieber tucks his head down and bustles into contact. The Griffins might have stolen this. They don't, as they see the replacement, Brott Markle, carry strongly, just looking to get their way back into this game. The lovely cutout pass. It's found Jack Desmond, the nippy winger on the left side.
What controlled defense by the Griffins. What controlled defense by the Griffins. They are playing phenomenally as a defensive unit right now.
Certainly are, as O'Sullivan takes it into contact again. Wide pass out to Evan Conlon, who manages to beat one, beat two. Through the gap, Evan Conlon. What a run this is from the individual. Back in the hands of Felton, the scrum half. The scudder step, and the Bombers of St. Louis are straight back into this game. And that is a dive worthy of a Grammy Award, you could say. We will get Lance's analysis on that. How good was the swan dive at the end? But that is just commentated.
The dive was the second best part. The first part that was amazing is the resilience of the St. Louis team. As I comment about how the Griffins defense is standing strong, 6 straight rucks, no gain yards, no meters gained. All of a sudden, St. Louis finds a way around through the outside, and with a little bit of team cohesion, gives it to their scrum half, who gets to have a little fun on his way in to try, which I love to see.
Well, it needed to be a bit of individual brilliance to bring the Bombers back into the game, and Evan Conlon, the right centre, got a fantastic breakaway to find Felton on the inside. And the conversion is successful. We will head back down to Rob. That is just what the Bombers needed for us, Rob.
Well, 100%. I think what you saw there is the quality of Evan Conlon, who was drafted in the MLR's most recent 2022 draft. I had mentioned and talked about some of the guys in the Griffins connected to the MLR, but we can't neglect to talk about Evan Conlon, you know, and I believe he was drafted by Atlanta. And you saw the quality and his ability to, in broken play, to find some space, and his quality of offload that he provided to Felton, both of whom playing together at LU. So that cohesion, that continuity paid off for the Bombers.
Well, the Bombers get themselves a penalty as well. It's all going right early on. And Felton will look to find touch. She does indeed, as we see this one. 19 points to 16. In favour of the Griffins still, but this game has been sparked back to life. As Jeremy Lever gets ready to set it off at the top again to the likes of Jalola and Adam Weaver. But it's brought in down by Brandon Chalker, and they set for the maul. Nice and compact moving forward here. Relatively well at the Bombers. The Griffins looking to come through and disrupt it, but Chalker breaks away and beats. Tackles as he manages to stay on his feet with some incredible strength. Here goes O'Sullivan. Backdoor play here out to Leopold, who has been very good on his feet so far. He's recycled the ball well and he chips it through. There's a bit of space here for the Bombers. Corley needs to go back and collect, and he does a fantastic job and gets the kick away, but it is not over yet as Mark Mene comes back on the counter-attack and breaks through. And two defenders to set it inside the 22. The Bombers want another one here. Here goes Spangenberg. Felton off to Jeremy Lever, running on it with some red-hot pace. It's in the hands now of Ayo Jalola. Goes Felton again, off to Lever. Lovely tips ball onto Sean Carradine, the replacement onto the field, wearing the number 17 jersey, and it's messy ball, but spotted back here for Leopold, who's getting wrestled a bit WWE-like, and they have the penalty. Tap and go from Felton, the scrum half, looking for a try. Is he over the line? No, says the referee, so we'll come back for no advantage, not 10. Lance, it has been all action so far in the second half. I need to catch my breath.
Definitely so. It seems like St. Louis has finally knocked off some of that road rust and the complications of getting to the field today. They seem to be roaring, ready to go at the start of this second half. Not only did they put up a try, but right now they're on the doorstep of putting up another possibly.
And they're going to come knocking right here. Here goes Carradine. Tucks the ball nice and low and puts his head towards the line. Here goes Ayo Jalola again. But the Griffins have forced an error. Fantastic defense there, as it looked a try for all money. Just what they needed there, Lance, just to relieve a little bit of pressure that was being applied with some real intensity.
Yeah, this St. Louis team, these Bombers definitely seem to be on a new scale of focus. Their forward pack are now setting the tone for the beginning of this second half. And the Griffins able to settle in, bend but don't break, didn't give up any points, and hopefully, if they can relieve some pressure, can find themselves with a giant confidence boost, knowing that they can stop the Bombers deep in their own end.
Well, the Griffins with the scrum 5 metres out. Rob, just what the Griffins needed there, just to relieve a little bit of pressure that was being applied relatively well.
Absolutely. You saw a lot of patience exuded by the Bombers there close to the line. They stayed with their game plan. They took the ball up with the forwards when they saw space. They moved it out wide to their very quality backs. They've got to pick their heads up and know that they did a pretty nice job there and that they can continue to put pressure on the Griffins. You can't let them out of jail. So we'll see if they can do that. And conversely, I saw a lot of hands on hips by the Griffins, so they're going to need to pick up the energy to match the pace that the Bombers are bringing in the second half.
They certainly will, and the referee has called for a short arm free kick, so no doubt Shoop with his pretty educated right boot will look to clear this deep. He sort of doesn't do a very good job of it, as it's ended up inside the 22 somehow, but of course the wind, as you can see there, blowing, and the assistant referee's flag is playing a big factor today. There go the Bombers looking to set it at line-out time here. Jeremy Lever sets it off the top, and it's in turn found the Griffins though at the back. It was messy stuff, and Damas snatched it up for grabs. Here goes Shoop off to Bagley. It's a big ball carrier, but they probably haven't utilised him enough so far. Shoop off to Strum, and it's messy ball.
Oh, man.
And that is gifted possession back to the Bombers. They tried to exit, but the pass was just not collectible for Strum. And the Bombers have a dream opportunity here from midfield, around about 10 metres out from the Griffins line. What are we going to see happen here, Lance?
Well, we talk about a middle scrum, 15 meters out from the try line. The entire playground playbook is open right now. You can run anything. It seems like they have the numbers to the top side of the screen. I expect them to go that way. They'll have an opportunity if the scrum half comes around to really overload that defense.
Well, which play will come out of the book? It's the 8 off the back, and he's done pretty well. He's got a bit of space, the lovely wide pass, and they are in. Jack Desmond, the Bombers have hit the lead. Wow, there you go. The referee's going to have a little chat about it. Let's have a look. The try has been awarded. Chris Showman off the back of the scrum. That is a pass. It was, I guess, first five like, wasn't it, Lance? It was pinpoint accurate, and Jack Desmond had it clean through to the line. Brilliant stuff.
Over the top and over the head of defenders. After the scrum was broken apart, he decided to take it to the short side, and with the impeccable composure, 2 hands on the ball, making sure the defenders respected his ability to attack, he puts the ball over, skip pass, over a defender's head, easy walk-in try for the winger, and his celebration says it all. So much energy, so much jubilation. He know that his team is on the comeback, and they can feel that momentum swinging for him.
It's time now to hang down to Rob again. Rob, fantastic stuff by the Bombers. They have come to life in the second half.
Absolutely. And again, you saw the pressure that they were able to produce there by staying inside the 22 and making the Griffs defend. You know, you hit the nail on the head there, the skill work of Chris Skuman, the 8-man for the Bombers. I think it has to be remembered how important Skuman was to the Lindenwood Lions' 3-year Sevens championships. He was a main man in that, and the skill work he showed at 8-man there certainly was learned from his experience with the Lindenwood Lions in their national championship Sevens campaign.
Here we go, the Bombers right back in this one with the lead, the D1 final, and the Griffins. It goes from bad to worse as there's some messy ball here, and the Bombers are chasing after it through the man that did the magic, Chris Showman. But we will bring it back.
This is the moment where the Griffins need to get a hold of themselves and find their composure. Right now, the wheels are falling off on your season, on your opportunity to move into the next steps, into national championship and national tournament considerations. But flinging the ball everywhere will not save you from that. You guys need to get back to what it is that got you there. And I don't think that it's a frantic, dangerous play. This forward pack are strong for the Griffins. They've shown that early in the first half. Time to lean back on these guys, and hopefully Chicago can rewind this momentum that St. Louis has taken from them in the course of this second half.
Well, the Bombers will look to feed it into the line out here through Jeremy Lever. There are some players really stepping up in the second half for them. As you can see, it's getting pretty chilly out there. You can see the icy puffs of breath coming out of the Bombers players, and Felton, scrum half, finds it off to Spangenberg, but it is messy, and the Griffins will get the ball straight back. As we see the referee blow time off for some potential substitutions that the Griffins are going to make, and it looks like they are indeed, as Bagley leaves the field. The big number 8's been replaced by Corey, wearing the number 20 jersey. A real opportunity here for the Griffins to show what they can do from set piece. Shoop gets ready to feed the ball into the scrum. As he does just that, it's edging forward, but met strongly. Here goes Strum. Backdoor play at set piece. In through McAdam. A man wearing number 13, and the Bombers have come through and disrupted and stolen the ball. Felton rather, goes for the box kick, and it's been put out on the full, so we will come back to a line out opposite of where Felton got the kick. They did a great job there, Lance, of turning over the ball, but Felton's kick there just didn't quite hit the spot, did it? And all of a sudden the pressure's back on the Bombers.
Griffins running that set piece play with the inside scissor line, inside unders line. St. Louis snuff it out, able to get the ball back, but all it takes is one bit of execution to miss, and you can find yourself in the same spot you were in. Let's see if St. Louis can fix their issues that they've been having.
And the Griffins have done a good job at line-out time. They've brought it down as they look to keep it nice and tight here through Ryan. Strong with ball in hand, finds Asbill. Here goes the new man onto the field, Corey. Also got the vice-captaincy duties today for the Griffins. Looking to etch meters forward. You can see the line on screen, some heavy contact. They've got the penalty advantage. Strum certainly loves taking the line on, and he does a good job. Here it goes now through McAdam. Still on his feet, McAdam, the man wearing 13, close to the line. The Griffins have scored straight back into this one. What a fantastic showing of strength there from McAdam. And I thought that he was going to be held up, but he just managed to keep fighting his way to the line, Lance. And the Griffins hit straight back.
There were at least 5 Bombers who had a shot to take him down. He refused to be tackled by anyone. Not only did he fight through a potential high tackle, but the leg drive, knocking defenders off, shrugging people away, incredible leg drive, determination. And now the Griffins have found themselves back in the lead, 24-21, with a chance to go up 26-21 over St. Louis, who had all the momentum less than 2 minutes ago.
It's time now to check in with Rob. This game is sparked to life. Both these teams trading blow for blow. This one, you have a feeling, is going to go down to the wire.
Yeah, it's an absolute cracker down here on the field side. When the Griffins scored in the opposite corner, you heard just an elation come up from their fans that are over in the stands on the south end of the pitch. It's been a great match so far, a back-and-forth affair. A lot of fun for the fans. Everybody's staying tuned, watching to see which way this one's going to go in the last bit of time left in the match. So stay tuned with us because we're going to bring you all the action.
Just trying to get a sighting of the scoreboard so we can find out how long is left in this one.
Nobody sees it.
As we restart play here, the Griffins
There I see it
all
now.
of a sudden has a little bit more life
Like they
back
might have
into
to
this
move
set.
their window of themselves down.
The Griffins just happy to keep it close in through Shoop. Off to Asbel. Out the back now to Strum. Puts it to the boot and finds some open pasture, and it rolls back into the 22. It's tried to be collected there by the Bombers, and it's messy stuff, but O'Sullivan manages to clear it, and here come the Griffins straight back on. Heavy contact. Strum finds Matarazzo. Out the back again to Strum. Happy to play the decoy roll off to Hayne, the captain. And Peterson, the try scorer, keeps on his feet. Lovely interplay there through Damas, who unfortunately knocks the ball forward, and the Bombers come straight back onto the ball through Lever. And there's no advantage gained, so the referee will blow up for a scrum.
That was actually a pretty good test of seeing where the skill level of these teams are. Being able to play the kicking game, big hit-ups in the middle of the field, backs versus backs. You got forwards all out in space covering the wide side of the field as the ball gets returned and switches to the other side. That's a great bit of team play for St. Louis defensively, and a good sign of what they can do. But unfortunately, they have to be able to score being down by 3 points to the Chicago Griffins, because the Griffins can score in bunches. Let's see if St. Louis can put these points back up to get the lead that they just earned themselves less than 10 minutes ago, well, around 10 minutes ago after the start of the second half.
Well, an opportunity for the players to catch their breath, as we have just under 20 minutes to go left in this one. 24 points to 21, the Griffins over the Bombers. Your Midwest D1 Championship final. And it looks as if we see a man leaving the field for the Bombers, number 18, Ryan Sheet, is being replaced. Hopefully everything's all okay there, and we see number 16, Matt Brottermarkle into the field for the Bombers. So Richard Felton feeds the ball into the scrum. And it's lovely by the Griffins, and they've got it back, but the referee says that it wasn't stable, or the ball popped back out of the tunnel, so we will pack down for a reset.
Ooh, that's a magic call right there. If the Griffins get that, they have the platform to put up more points. I think they find themselves inside the 22 if that play goes uninterrupted by the referee. But he saw something. Can't second guess the whistle. St. Louis put in for this scrum.
Yeah, the Bombers, Felton will certainly be looking to get it out at a rapid speed on this occasion, as we saw that was such a strong shunt there from the Griffins. And they get the short arm penalty for some pre-engagement, and Felton goes quickly, puts it on the boot, and finds some open pasture. That is a lovely kick as it rolls into the try line, and it's pretty messy stuff. The referee will see what the call is here. I believe it should be a goal line dropout or a 22, as it wasn't taken back by the Griffins, so it should be a goal line dropout to the Chicago Griffins. As we can see there, looks to be some More substitutions made from the Griffins, looking to bring some fresh legs onto the field as they enter into the dying stages of the match.
I mean, these substitutes are going to be the key to this game. Can these new guys stepping on the field swing the momentum back to St. Louis way? It's a lot of Lindenwood influence on that St. Louis team, and a few of those guys are on the bench. Can they bring in show what the new age of guys can do?
They've gone for the short option, the Griffins, and it's worked out superbly. They find themselves back in possession of the ball. Here goes the big lock wearing the red headgear, O'Neill. He's played very well today, carried strongly with the ball in hand, as has this man, Shoop, who just keeps it in nice and close as they look to get some little pop passes away down the sideline. Shoop, again, finds the new man onto the field in the form of Corey, the vice-captain. Shoop opts for the aerial option and exits pretty nicely far beyond the 22. It's good stuff from the Griffins there, opting for the short goal line dropout, and they did well to get possession back and then find the exit there, Lance.
That goal line dropout was top class. I think that was a prop who did that, which is stupendous. I love seeing that kind of stuff. And able to get themselves some space. Now can they hold defensively again?
Here come the Bombers. Back onto attack as they set the line out through Felton. Off to O'Sullivan. Midfield play here through Eric Davidson and Conlon. The man that set up that wonderful try for the Bombers early on. Here goes Lieber. Short pass off to Smith. It's been stolen by the Griffins though. And back for the Bombers. But illegally so the Griffins get the penalty. No clear release is the call. And the Bombers just guilty of giving away a few things. Ill-disciplined at times.
That is actually unfortunate for the Bombers. They still had a great opportunity to get back into this game, get ahead in this game or tie it up. They'll have more opportunities later, but what a golden opportunity and a golden chance to really put your stamp on the game late into the 15 minutes left.
Well, this is what all those hours of training for the D1 Championship final into around about the last 15 minutes of play and probably a little bit of referee's time. It's exciting stuff here in Chicago. The Griffins set it up to Matarazzo, who just taps it back. Set in here through their big lock, Damas. Shoop gets it off to the new man on the field, Buchanan. Strong carry. The ball's back there again for Shoop to play off to Ryan. It's been a linchpin so far for the Griffins. Here goes O'Neill again. We've mentioned his name a few times of some strong carries. There's some hands on the ball there from the Bombers, but it's back in turn here again for Ryan. Backdoor play to Strum. It opens up in the midfield for Peterson. Back inside to McAdam, and it's been stolen by the Bombers.
Wow, what a play. What a
tap
play.
And go quickly. And they get another penalty. You can hear Lance giving it plenty of celebration. That was a try-saver of all sorts there, wasn't it?
Definitely. I mean, that puts the game away, really. 13 minutes left on a team so strong defensively. That's a great play to stop that try.
We keep it in play. We will join Rob very soon. There's plenty of action going on as the Griffins look to tow it forward, but the Bombers have come up with it again. It is time now to head down to what I'm sure is a very, very tense and fierce sideline. Rob Hammerschmidt, how are the feelings down there?
Yeah, it's clearly an intense final 15 minutes of the match. You can see the Griffins fans on the opposite side standing up, cheering their boys on, but there's a core group of St. Louis Bombers fans that have made the 5-hour trip up here to Chicago and Lamont, Illinois, that are willing the Bombers boys on. You just saw Jackie Desmond. The quality individual play that the Bombers have got has been tremendous, and Desmond able to stop it by himself, stop a rolling Griffins team from scoring, and really keep it at bay and potentially put some points on the board to go ahead, tie or go ahead in this match.
Well, the Bombers have a chance here to get back on attack through Felton. Gets it off to O'Sullivan. Lovely midfield play here through Leopold, who sort of stopped as he met contact, and Felton goes for the box kick, but it's been charged down, and the Griffins right back onto attack here. Here goes Shoop off to O'Neill in the red headgear, spots a lovely seam to run into. Giraffe in open pasture, the big long legs. Here goes Peterson. It's messy ball, but Strum, the first 5, takes the line on again. Strum off to Matarazzo, finds Peterson, McAdam, the try scorer. A lovely effort. Here goes Hayne, the captain, down the right wing. He's been pretty quiet today, hasn't had many touches on that right wing so far, but this man has. Matarazzo. St. Louis trying to get on the ball. Have they enforced a turnover? The ball's still there for Shoot to play as he finds Strum. Off to Ryan, the big prop, who throws a messy pass, and O'Sullivan collects it for the Bombers. And it may have fallen back for the Griffins, and it does, but in the form of a penalty. Lance, the Bombers just can't quite relieve the pressure that the Griffins are applying and really get into any momentum here.
Yeah, it's tough sledding for these guys. The momentum that they created for themselves in the early part of this half has now seemed to dwindle. The Griffins have more or less settled into their game plan. They're doing a fantastic job defensively against this St. Louis team. They almost don't look like the same team that started this half. It seems like their will has been broken. They have time to fix it, but that time has to be now. And I'm surprised that the Griffins didn't go for this easy 3 points to make it a 6-point game and get the ball back. Waste a little bit of time, but they trust their forward pack, and I believe they're going right back to that maul that was working for them in the first half.
Around about 10 minutes to play in this game. Probably a little bit of referee's time. This is the D1 Championship final live on Next Level Rugby. Midwest Playoffs for 2022, and the Griffins will look to try and put this game to bed. That throw was most certainly not straight. We don't even need a ruler to measure that one. It was.
I think it was just centimeters off. Just centimeters off.
Certainly was, and the Bombers, they need to be capitalising on these errors that the Griffins are making here. They're obviously not in the right part of the field, but they need to go through that handy boot of Felton and O'Sullivan, try and play some possession, the territorial battle, and they do indeed. Here goes Felton, the scrum half. Finds Strum on halfway, who feeds it off to Corley, the fullback, who's rangy with the ball in hand. Shoop. Gets it off to Penrod. It's been turned over here by the Bombers. The man on the field, number 16, Matt, brought a markle, but he's lost it forward, and it'll be a scrum right back to the Griffins. Just as we said, when the Bombers get gifted an opportunity, can't build any phases and apply any momentum. Could that be a critical moment in this game, Lawrence?
I mean, it has to be. With time winding down, you know, every chance is getting shorter and shorter. Eventually, it's just going to get down to no time left, only one shot to go. St. Louis has got to capitalize on something that they created for themselves at some point, or this is going to be a tough ride home for them.
Well, it certainly will be a tough ride home if it continues. Still time left on the clock as Shoop feeds the ball into the scrum for the Griffins, and it is strong. Look at this work. Have they got the advantage? No, they don't, but they'll find McAdam, the big midfielder, to etch them forward, eyeing the 22. He goes for the boot option, and it's taken cleanly by the Bombers, who claim the mark. And they go quickly. They spot space down midfield. This is what they need. They need to make some defensive tackles here and apply this pressure back. And it's back here for the Bombers. Some open space for Showman, the big number 8. Will he run through? Clean through, speeding home. Chris Showman puts the Bombers in the lead. You wouldn't write that script. The referees will have a chat, but
they have to
run a play.
They have to talk. The winger for St. Louis played on the ball. Do they call that a knock on or not? This is very critical to the Midwest D1 Championship, is whether the ref calls this knock on or not. And he does not.
Has been awarded. The Bombers have hit the lead through Chris Showman, the man out of Durban, South Africa. His fun fact is that he is an awful golfer, but he can certainly score tries. And that is potentially the most important one of the season for the Bombers. 26 points to 24. We'll get a look at the next level rugby action replay, I'm sure, in just a minute, but this game is going down to the buzzer and the 2 points are added.
That ride home is looking a lot better now.
Let's have a look at the replay through our great next level rugby team. We might actually catch it at the next stoppage as play is looking to get back underway here. The Griffins, have they coughed this one up as Strum gets us back underway? The Bombers collect. They look to keep it nice and compact here. The Griffins have their hands on the ball and they've forced a turnover. Just what they needed after that absolute blow from the Bombers against the runner play. And Shoop will look to send this down to the 5 metre line and snatch this game right back for the Griffins. It's excitement aplenty. 28 points. Bombers take the lead. You see it 28-24, under 4 minutes to go. This is your season on the line. They take it down through Matarazzo. Looks to have been stopped there through the Griffins, but it's been done illegally and they etch forward towards the line. Inches short of the goal line here are the Griffins, looking to take the lead back. Here goes O'Neill, very deserving of a try today for all his hard work. Here goes Olween, the man wearing number 1. Shoop, backdoor play, Ryan, the prop, the cutout pass, and he found a ghost on the sideline, but they get the penalty back. And the Griffins, Lance looking to snatch this at the death.
They have a golden opportunity. This is what it all comes down to. Your entire season, St. Louis, who's undefeated, are defending their 0 on the loss side. The Griffins, who have 1 loss but have been playing the best rugby of all the teams in the Midwest, arguably, down to the last second. What can Chicago Griffins do to win this game with 2 minutes left?
Well, it's a belter of a match, and it's a belter of a 2.5 minutes to play. 28-24, the Bombers currently winning this D1 Championship final, but the Griffins 5 metres out, looking to steal this at the death. It'll be Shoop with the ball. And what has the script got written for us here. So we can see some pretty trying conditions for these players. The wind blowing. They need to call this one up again for a reset. No doubt the props playing a little bit of mind games to try and wind down the clock. It's always those tactics that you can see.
Here's it. Here's for all the marbles for your whole season. Let's see what Chicago can do about it.
We will be going sideline in just a moment. Here go the Griffins with the scrum. They get the penalty. And they tap and go quick. Here they go through Matarazzo, going close to the line. Shoot, keeping it tight. Here's Ryan on the ball. Here goes Ryan over the line. Can he get it down? Going so close here are the Griffins. Pick and go. Have they scored? That's the championship. That's the championship for the Griffins.
The Chicago Griffins, after a season of hard work and earning every meter this year, playing against some of the best teams in the Midwest and defeating arguably the best defensive team in the Midwest, Chicago Griffins take care of business. Wow.
Now here's the replay on Next Level Rugby. They kept it in pretty nice and tight, close to the line. It was Ryan who had the first attempt, and this is the try scorer here, just trying to get a number on it. I think it was Damas, the number 4, who got the ball down in the end. And you can see the jubilation. We might still have time left on the referee's watch. Bearing in mind there have been a couple of stoppages, so this one might not be quite over yet, but that certainly will go a long way to the Griffins winning this match. The Chicago Blaze Rugby Club here in Lamont, Illinois. What does the referee say? He says we are not done yet. 29 points to 28. You can see it there on your scoreboard. This one is on a seesaw. It's time now to head sideline again to our man Rob. Final thoughts, mate?
Yeah, you saw the importance of individual work by the Bombers, but clearly the Griffins have stayed in it, and the sideline over there has been absolutely electric since the Griffins have taken control of this match with that last bit of play. Let's see what happens. Let's see if a last-ditch effort can put the Bombers ahead, or if the Griffins can use their guile and cunning to stay on top on the scoreboard and bring the championship to Chicago.
Well, that kick certainly won't do the Bombers any favours as they gift possession back to the Griffins on halfway. We're deep into referee's time here. I can't imagine there'll be much left to go in this encounter as Shoop feeds the ball into the scrum, and it's muscled forward nicely by the pack of the Griffins. Just etching metres forward, trying to milk a penalty advantage, and they do just that. This could be the game. Here goes Strum, takes the line on Strum. Look at the locks flow. Here goes Strum, all the way to the line. The Griffins finger in the air. The championship is heading to Chicago. Strum. Absolute jubilation for all the Griffins players. That is a big, big name play there, Lance.
That was absolutely ridiculous. 1 foot on the ground, 1 step. That's all it takes. Get the penalty, ball played out, off the left foot, bounce off the right, shaking off a tackler. And with all the open field, all it takes is a little little move. Sorry about that. See you later in the try zone. And he slides in, and the Griffins slide into a Division I Midwest Club Championship. Well deserved, fellas.
Well, you can see Strum had the finger in the sky, celebrating nice and early, and I think the celebrations are going to continue in just a moment as the referee surely has time exceeded in this one. And the Bombers did so well to get themselves back into the game. You've got a feel for them, but the Griffins just too clinical. Here's the conversion falling just short. And there is more time left in this one. The the Griffins rather, ahead by 6. They go quickly, the Bombers. And they cough it back up to the Griffins after the short attempt. The Griffins winding down the clock. Here goes Shoop again. He's been one of the players of the match for me. Off to Ryan, the big prop carrying the ball forward. He's worked tirelessly as well. Referee says time up on the clock. Shoop digs for it out of the basket. Puts it into touch. And the Chicago Griffins are your Midwest Division 1 champions. 34 points to 28 over the Bombers. What a game we have witnessed here at the Blaze Rugby Club. You can see players for the Bombers down on their knees, absolutely exhausted. It went right till the 80th minute. It unfolded to be an absolute spectacle. Lance, thoughts on that one?
First thing that needs to be said is St. Louis Bombers are a team that I respect to a very high level. To show up with all the difficulties they had today, struggled through the first half, but come alive at the beginning of the second half and put on a fight and a display for the fans that are there and for everyone watching at home needs to be commended. But the Chicago Griffins holding strong and holding form and taking home the Division I Midwest Championship is well-deserved. They've been performing at peak prime levels all year, and now they need to refocus and recenter because come spring and the beginning of April, they have to fight the uphill battle of trying to get back to the national championship semifinals and playing better in order to make it to the finals and winning a national championship. Congratulations to the Griffins.
Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Your Midwest Division 1 champions, the Chicago Griffins, 34 points to 28. We will leave you with your Next Level Rugby highlights. Today's coverage proudly brought to you by Next Level Rugby. I'm Thomas Grant, joined by Lance and Rob in the booth today. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and we'll see you back soon for more rugby action.